Bills head coach Sean McDermott meeting with the media yesterday following the loss to New England. Couple of injury updates. Matt Milano tweaked his pectoral injury that he had been dealing with during the game on Sunday night, and he is now considered week to week. Dorian Williams, his backup, or one of his backups, is now considered day to day heading into this week. They're hopeful that Ed Oliver can play this Sunday, and meanwhile, corner Dorian Strong, who is on IR, is going to see a specialist about his neck injury. Elsewhere in the NFL, Monday Night Football last night, the Kansas City Chiefs fall to the Jacksonville Jaguars. A late Trevor Lawrence touchdown. He stumbles on the 1-yard line, gets back up, and runs into the end zone. Jacksonville goes to 4-1 on the year, tying the Colts for first in the AFC South. Meanwhile, the Chiefs fall to 2-3 on the year with their loss last night. Major League Baseball yesterday, the Dodgers squeak one out against the Phillies 4-3 to take a 2-0 series lead. The Brewers also go up 2-0 on the Cubs with a 7-3 win yesterday in Milwaukee. Tonight you have the Blue Jays and Yankee game at 8:08. Mariners Tigers before that at 4. And tonight's the start of the hockey season. 5 o'clock for Florida hosting Chicago, 8 o'clock for Penguins Rangers, and then 10:30 Avalanche and Kings. Sabres are not back on the ice to open the year until Thursday against the Rangers. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I got to tell you about the dream I had.
The dream you
ever had a dream you're on the Bills? I had a dream I was on the Bills.
Like as a player?
Yes, in a game.
Well, dreams, they feel real while we're in them, right? It's only when we wake up that we realize something that's actually strange.
What position?
What do you think?
Quarterback?
No.
Oh, come on!
Wide receiver. Yeah, one play. What am I doing? Running down the field blocking for James Cook. I'm buying in.
Yeah!
All effort, baby. Look at how Joe Brady's even convinced me. Even in my dreams. It's like when Dwight Schrute dreams about being the assistant to the manager.
Assistant to the regional manager.
Who are you blocking? Troy Polamalu.
And what I see, Polamalu just went right into the seat gap.
Cook got to the second level, and I see Polamalu trying to take the angle, and I'm trying to get there for Cook to take the cutback.
How did it go?
I got the job done, man.
Come on.
It's my way. Wait, you think of my dream? I'm taking a holding penalty or something?
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Good morning. It is nice and cool out. The moon is unbelievable and has been since it kind of popped up last night. Today it was a very spooky looking moon. Right in front of some wispy clouds. So we're into October, a couple weeks away from Halloween. Right? 3 weeks from Friday. 3 weeks from Thursday, I think, is Halloween. It's not too early for your decorations. In fact, I'm seeing most people probably already have them up. Decorations. We got the lights up on our house. Purple and orange, of course. Which, was purple always a Halloween color?
Yeah, purple's a Halloween.
It's always been a Halloween color.
Purple and orange. That's Halloween. Right?
Okay.
Black and orange, purple, black, purple, and orange.
I don't. Okay.
I
don't remember as a kid purple being a Halloween color, but maybe I'm wrong on that.
I think it's
the black light.
Halloween. It's a modern Halloween color. I think you're right about that.
All right.
I think black and orange used to be the.
I'm not crazy.
No.
In my mind, purple is more of a recent inclusion into like Halloween.
Yeah,
it was always purple and black.
Right.
Could be because they were doing black lights, and black lights are purple. Well, they look purple at least.
That probably has a lot to do with it.
That's possible. Good morning. Jeremy's going to be in a little bit here. We got Howard Picks the Bills today. We'll have Lindy Ruff a little bit later on at 8 o'clock this morning as the Sabre season is 2 days away on Thursday. Hockey starts tonight. And look at the NHL with a staggered schedule, by the way. Great job by the league. I mean, people have been demanding it or asking for it, I guess, for years. They're doing it here on opening night. Maybe not the best for South Florida hockey fans because they're going to have to get out of work at, 3 o'clock in the afternoon to get down to the arena to see their team raise their second banner in a row. But you got 3 games tonight, and then Rangers play tonight. You want to scout them a little bit?
Pre-scout.
for Thursday. That's against Pittsburgh at 8 o'clock. So you get some hockey your way today. Baseball, of course, too. The Chiefs, though. Got to start with the Chiefs. They fall to the Jaguars 31-28. And I still don't think Jacksonville looks that impressive. They do some nice things. I mean, Trevor Lawrence is kind of a wild ride. He is going to make some really nice athletic plays. The throw he makes to Brian Thomas on the final drive of the game on third down, double coverage, down the sideline, on a rope, that's a special throw. And then there's a lot of other plays where you're going, what are you doing there? Why are you throwing it there? Why didn't you see this guy here? Why are you taking off and running right into a sack? I could feel like he's a frustrating quarterback to watch and root for if he's on your favorite team. But last night, that's his. We talked about Drake May and not having a signature victory yet before he had played the Bills on Sunday. I mean, Trevor Lawrence has been in the league now for years, but is that not going to be his most memorable win to this point? Kansas City on primetime?
It was an insane game. And I agree. I would be so lost, I think, if I was a Jaguars fan on what to think of Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Because there's so many nights that he looks the way he did last night in those moments you're talking about. We're like, what are you doing? And he doesn't find it at the end like he did with Brian Thomas Jr. And you're just left to think, like, where is this sort of franchise generational talent we were thinking we had here? And, like, that we see flashes of. And he is such an interesting, weird quarterback to me because of that.
Yeah.
It's not consistent like you see a Justin Herbert sort of like always looks like he should be doing it.
Yeah.
Lawrence looks bad sometimes.
And this is year 5.
Right. And it looks like a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
Like it's just a lot of easy looking mistakes and then some flashes of incredible athletic plays and these great throws. And like you'd hope by year 5 that he's able to be a little more consistent with that, but you'll end up getting some pretty nice wins like you did last night with a guy like that.
You see why he was thought of as the best quarterback prospect since Andrew Luck or even Peyton Manning. He's athletic.
Yeah.
I mean, that play he makes, the game-winning touchdown, is kind of a embarrassing. The game-winning touchdown is maybe Trevor Lawrence to a T. It's a microcosm of Lawrence where he takes the snap on the most important play of the game and he falls down.
Right.
And then he tries to get back up and he falls down again, only to get back up a third time and run to the left, find the end zone, dive in for a touchdown to win the game.
Right.
I mean, that's Trevor Lawrence.
Exactly. Just embarrassing play. Oh my God, look at this.
Yeah.
What just happened?
And then of course he's got, the arm to make. There was a throw right before that got them down around the goal line. I mean, of course, to get them about the red zone. The goal line play.
Yeah.
The penalty.
Yes.
Pass interference, the Chiefs. The ref thing started up very early last night because of the offensive pass interference that was called on Kansas City on the Travis Kelce touchdown. And then Mahomes and Kelce and Juju all running over to the referee, yelling right in the faces of the referee, holding up a number 1, which I think is to say that they were within 1 yard of the line of scrimmage, because then you're allowed to do that pick play.
Right.
But even right on the ESPN broadcast, here's the rules analyst. The rules analyst say, like, that should have been a penalty.
Right.
They shouldn't have picked that flag up. They did pick that flag up. They did not get it called in from upstairs, according to the broadcast. So it's right away, here we go. Chiefs and the refs.
Right.
That was a penalty. They came back from break and they're like, it's close, but no, it's a penalty. It's past 1 yard. Should have been called. It was called. Then they picked it up.
Right, which is tough. And then the pick that they got at the end was tough with that.
Yep.
That miss.
Oh my God! I mean, that call. If that had decided the game, I mean, that's a worse no call than the offensive PI.
Yeah.
The offensive pass interference is just bad because they had called it originally and they were right.
Right. This was
But it was ticky-tack.
Yeah.
This one was...
A guy got put into the dirt.
Got blasted.
Trying to run a route.
Yeah.
And just nothing. I could not believe that call. And they score on that ensuing drive, because they're right there. And you're like, well, that's it. It's going to be tough now for Jacksonville to really make something happen here. And they, lo and behold, they do.
Yeah.
Lawrence finds a way. But that call was unbelievable. No call was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And you just can't miss that there.
I guess they did make up for it a little bit later with the pass interference.
Right.
In the end zone to set up the Jaguars with 1st and goal at the 1.
Did you see Chris Jones on that play?
I saw it this morning. I did not see it when it happened. I didn't see ESPN point it out, but I saw a clip this morning Yeah.
I watched it live, and the first time I saw it, obviously I was just watching Lawrence almost puke all over himself and then find a way into the end zone.
Yep.
And the first replay they play, I'm watching Chris Jones because I'm like, where did he, he's supposed to be there. This is his spot. He should do something here. And he stands up halfway through Lawrence's first stumble and just watches the play go by him. And he had a chance, if he stayed with it, to cut Lawrence off in the end zone before he got there and give him a shot. And he just totally gave up on the play. And I could not believe that.
It was very strange.
It was super weird.
Biggest play of the game. He stops running very early. I don't know that he would have made an impact on the play one way or another. He might have. I mean, if he bowls over one of the linemen, he's the guy that gets to Lawrence and just touches him on the ground. It's a sack. But he didn't run.
Right.
I don't know. That was very strange. Very strange from Chris Jones to just not play on the final play of the game for Kansas City. So now they're 2-3. They're 2-3. How do we feel about the AFC right now? The Bills lose on Sunday, and they've got problems, but they're a good team. They're a great team. I mean, we'll get to some of the comments from yesterday. Joe Brady had, I thought, a ghastly comment about receivers in the NFL, just that showed off, like, what? Do you understand who's in the league around, like, every team? No, whatever. We'll get to that. There was an interesting comment from him about receiver, some things from McDermott. But the Bills have their problems. We know what they are. They cannot get open down the field. They do not have receivers that separate. They have a defense that kind of hit or miss. They are not that consistent. They are a little weak in the secondary, I would say right now, especially at corner 2. And their line will show up on some days and it'll not show up on other days. Like, these are the Bills' problems. They're not big problems. They are problems. It's lesser problems than other teams have. And the AFC right now, could it not be going any better around them? Look, because there are teams that look good and have had good starts to the year. But they're not teams that I consider real threats to the Bills when we get to the biggest, most important games. The teams with one loss in the AFC right now, tell me if you're afraid of any of these teams beating the Bills in a critical playoff game. Indianapolis with Daniel Jones.
Nope.
They look good. No doubt, they look good. But Daniel Jones in a big spot.
Right.
Decent team. They've not beaten anybody great yet, but not bad. Like, this is a good start for them. Pittsburgh at one loss.
No chance.
No, nobody's going to think that team. I mean, this is the NFL. New England beat the Bills. Anybody could come in and beat the Bills. It's possible. But you wouldn't expect Pittsburgh to win a game like that.
No.
And then you have Jacksonville, which even, again, last night, they win. They still look rocky. They still have these mistakes. Lawrence is so up and down. But there they are with one loss. Those are your 3 one-loss teams right now.
Right.
Your 2-loss teams are the Chargers, Broncos, and Patriots. I mean, I think those teams are pretty good. I respect the Chargers, but they don't have their line.
Exactly. I 2 games into the season was scared of the Chargers.
Yep.
And now with the line issues just piling up for them. I don't see them having the protection and the running attack needed. Hampton's out now. They're going to be struggling a little bit, I think. And that defense is really good. And I think the Bills might struggle on offense against that defense. But I think they'd find a way because they've got Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way about this conference right now, where it's like, who's the best team other than the Bills in this conference?
Yeah,
and
right.
How close are they to the Bills?
The start of yesterday's game, I thought tomorrow's going to be the day where it's Bills and Chiefs up top.
Right.
Because Kansas City got off to a nice start, and they looked like, man, the Tyquan Thornton plays down the field are working for them. Yeah. They've got speed all over that offense. The Bills have a pretty consistent ground attack that Kansas City does not have.
Right.
That's one thing the Bills have, the Chiefs don't have. One thing the Chiefs have that the Bills don't have is they've got speed littered throughout that offense, and they're chucking the ball deep. Yeah. And it's not working all the time, but they're getting big plays. The move that Tyquan Thornton puts on the Jaguars' corner early in that game, he has the corner beat so bad that the corner is just, he is desperately trying to get back into the play that when the ball is underthrown by Mahomes, the Jags corner runs 5 yards past the ball because that's how far behind he was Tyquan Thornton.
Right.
That's not even to speak of Worthy coming back and making some big plays, but Thornton has looked nice for them. So if there's one thing they have right now, I think it is that. It's their ability to chuck the ball deep.
There was a point where Mahomes threw 3 straight 40 air yard bombs, and it was like, this is crazy to watch.
These guys are open.
Exactly.
The worst part of their deep ball game might be that Mahomes misses it.
He constantly.
Yeah. So they've got some stuff that I thought, all right, here we go. We're right back on the Chiefs. But now, I don't know, 3 losses and a tough schedule. That's the thing. If you see them, they look like of course, a real threat. No doubt. But they got the Lions coming up. 2-4?
Right.
They play the Commanders a couple weeks after that. Then they play the Bills, then the Broncos, then the Colts. Their next 5 games. The thing is, I just can't get to they could miss the playoffs.
That feels dirty to even think about.
And that's the Baltimore conversation right now.
Yes.
But that's how this season really could not have started any better around the Bills, other than if they had beat New England, they're 5-0 and they're, cakewalk division. That'd be one thing. But the Chiefs and the Ravens getting off to the starts that they have gotten off to, you got to feel good about both. The Ravens mostly because 1-4, maybe playing another game here against a good Rams team without Lamar Jackson, that's 1-5, and then good luck. You got to go 9-2 the rest of the way, probably to make the postseason.
Right.
And that's tough to go 9-2.
They're in a hole, and that defense is a problem for them. And that's what makes me think that they could really. I feel that Baltimore's got a much higher chance of missing the playoffs than the Chiefs do in my mind, because I think Baltimore, with the way that they're struggling on that side of the ball defensively with all the injuries they have, it doesn't look like it can come together. Whereas the Chiefs, defense is okay, and they just Mahomes connects on a few of those deep balls, and they're dominating teams. So I think it's a little closer for the Chiefs than it is for the Ravens to stay in the race and really compete and be a bump in the road for the Bills on the way. But I am worried about those Ravens. Just they're not. They look bad.
Yeah,
their defense cannot do anything, and they struggled when they were healthy against the Bills.
And it'll probably be the case rest of the season because of just some of those injuries, some of those guys they're not getting back.
No.
All right, Matabuke on the defensive line. Roquan Smith, we'll see how long he's out. Hamilton too, but they get some guys that they're just probably not going to get back.
Right.
So it could be the whole year. Baltimore's dealing with that. Kansas City, we'll see, but put another loss on Their L column 2-3 on the year, game back in the division, and suddenly the AFC West, Denver. Suddenly, all right, they were a field goal away, or actually I should say a leverage penalty away from being first place in the AFC West this morning. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you got a thought on the landscape here, the Bills, I think they've got issues, but they're not as big of issues as I think every other team around them in the conference. Right. The Colts might be the team you can't find an issue with yet, but I want to see more of it against good teams.
Right. I think the quarterback is the question mark there. Their roster's good. I like everything about that team except their quarterback's Daniel Jones.
And if your quarterback becomes your problem at some point,
then you're not
making up for that.
Yeah.
Let's go to John in Detroit. 803-0550 is the phone number. Morning, John.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I 100% agree with you about the AFC. I think everyone was upset out, obviously after the Patriots loss. I can't help but being more optimistic after seeing the Chiefs game. I think, looking at taking a 30,000-foot view, usually I'm optimistic, but the one thing I'm pessimistic on is the cornerback 2 position, like everyone has mentioned ad nauseum here. The silver lining is I think the bye week is coming up, so that's the perfect time to make an acquisition for a trade. There's also numerous corners that are available that I think will be available for a trade there. Alontae Taylor, possibly Cam Taylor-Britt. Everyone's brought up Tariq Woolen. I'm sure there's a few other names. Mm-hmm. And I think, maybe they'll try to find a deep threat maybe to add to that wide receiver room. I think that's the silver lining. My question to you guys is, and I'm interested in your thoughts. I love your show. Let's assume they get the 1 seed. I think it's reasonable to expect that 2 out of those 3 playoff games, we need Allen to play an A-plus game. If he has an off game in one of those 3 playoff games, can this defense, even if they add a cornerback 2, rise to the occasion and win like an AFC championship the way the Chiefs did against Baltimore 17-10? That's just my only real question, and I'm just wondering what Bean is thinking about with that question in context. I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, thanks, John. Can they win a game like the Chiefs did 2 years ago? Which, that game, Mahomes did nothing. They went, I think it was their final 9 drives. They had 3 points. But they won. And how'd they win? Their defense showed up and stopped Lamar Jackson, and they did get, lucky-ish, good play at the goal line where they punched the ball out from Zay Flowers at the 1 as he was diving in. So they got that break to go their way. But otherwise, they did a very good job on the Ravens. Can the Bills... that's basically to ask, are the Bills 1 player away on defense? And that's to assume also that, Hoyt's going to come back and help, and Ogunjobi's going to come back and help, and Ed Oliver is definitely going to come back and help. Right. I don't know that you're counting on Matt Milano at this point at all. So... it's corner. You add a corner 2. Is that it? Is that all I need? And I'm good. I could show up to a playoff game and have that performance. I'm a little skeptical of that.
I'm
not against an offense that good.
Right. I think that you gotta hope if you're looking for that, you add a cornerback, and you gotta think that your draft picks on the D line continue to develop as the season goes and can be impact players in the playoffs and, make a play or 2. Do you get a Deion Walker, strip sack or something? Somebody's got to do something for that to work out, I think. Hoyt has to be what everybody thinks he's going to be, which is, a lot. People are talking about him like he's going to be a real monster on this defense. And, I think he's going to help, but there maybe need to be a little expectations tempered. This is not all-pro that we're getting here. And so I think you got to hope that your draft picks really start to shoot up and TJ Sanders is not a healthy scratch. That's where you're at.
Maybe we're
questionable last week, but you got to hope that those guys are playing enough and doing enough that they make a difference for you in a way that they haven't yet.
803-0550 is the phone number. The Bills... 4-1, still atop the AFC, tied at least with Indianapolis, and now Jacksonville. Anybody got time for the Jags being a real team here in the conference? It's the stink of the AFC South is really what I think doesn't make you feel all that afraid.
They've earned that, though.
They have. They've definitely earned that. Yeah, I did it. When the Titans were legitimately good behind Derrick Henry, it was the same thing for me. Like, all right, sure. It's maybe it's not a bad comparison for both of those teams, but especially Indy. Right. Like, here's the two teams atop with the Bills in that division. And the last time you had a team that was looking this good in that division, it was led by Ryan Tannehill. And that was what always stopped me from thinking, no, this team can actually win something. Right. And guess what happened? They never actually won anything.
Right.
And why did they never actually win anything? Because they always went into big playoff games with the second best quarterback.
Yep.
And that's what the Colts are going to run into, and that's what the Jaguars are going to run into.
And exactly. That's just not the problem that the Bills will ever have with Josh Allen. So
803-0550 is the phone number. If you've got a thought on what the Bills could use, we got a call on that already. Larry in South Florida, we'll get to you as well. Hockey tonight, which is really exciting. Hockey and baseball tonight. So for a Tuesday night, nice. Good sports watching tonight coming your way. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy will be in. We got Howard coming your way a little bit later on with Howard Picks the Bills. Lindy Ruff this morning as well. So exciting show for you. It's supposed to rain a little bit today. So maybe today's the day to, relax inside, listen to the station, and watch some baseball and hockey a little bit later on. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Well, Jake scored 24.
Monday Night Football, the Jaguars win at home over the Chiefs. Jacksonville improves to 4-1 on the year. Trevor Lawrence with 3 touchdowns, including a touchdown run that he stumbled twice on, fell down, got up, scored at the goal line with 30 seconds remaining. Jags beat the Chiefs, Kansas City 2-3 on the year, and they play the Lions next week on Sunday Night Football. The Bills with a couple of injury updates yesterday. Matt Milano is considered week to week after re-injuring his pectoral injury. Dorian Williams is considered day to day, and Dorian Strong is going to see a neck specialist. He is on injured reserve. In baseball, last night the Dodgers squeak one out against the Phillies 4-3 to go to 2-0 in the series in favor of LA. Brewers beat the Cubs 7-3. They're also up 2-0 in the series. Tonight, Mariners Tigers at 4:08, Blue Jays Yankees at 8:08, and hockey starts tonight. Staggered schedule: Blackhawks Panthers at 5, Penguins Rangers at 8, Avs and Kings at 10:30. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
On second down, picked off. Lloyd again. Devin Lloyd. What a year. Still rolling. Down the sideline. One man to beat. Lloyd. Pick 6.
Last night, the Jaguars beat the Chiefs, sending Kansas City to 2-3. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. A loss for the Chiefs. People going to like that. But the flip side of that is that their offense looks like it is back. 318 for Mahomes. He did throw 1 touchdown and 1 pick. But their offense is moving the ball routinely.
And in the same way that, you know, they were kind of planning on it, right? Like it's
big plays.
It's big plays, and they cannot run. Well, last night they could run the ball, they just didn't very often. It was Mahomes who leads them in rushing.
Yeah.
But it's, again, a lot of, like Mahomes drops back to pass. He's either scrambling or he's making something happen, and they don't run it, but they're fine to not run it.
They had 4 guys average 5 yards a carry or more. Now, one of those is Worthy, who had 9 yards on 1 carry, but Pacheco 5.1, Hunt 7, and Mahomes 10.
They just didn't carry it very often.
Right.
Yeah.
Mahomes carried it 6 times, Hunt 7, Pacheco 7. But 7 for 36 is like a big day for Pacheco. 7 for 49, big day for Hunt. Anyway, the Chiefs run for 158 and 3 touchdowns. And passing the ball, it's a lot of Travis Kelce, a little bit of Tyquan Thornton. And they lose, though, 2-3 in the Jaguars. Now, Bills fans, you've got a choice. Jags, Colts, Chargers.
Steelers. The one-loss teams in the AFC right now, along with the Bills, are the Jags, the Colts, and the Steelers.
Who do you want?
Nobody, I think, takes seriously yet. Any of the 3.
Who do you want to take seriously?
None of them. None of them.
Not the Jags? Not yet? Not the Jags? If Trevor Lawrence all of a sudden runs now, okay. Justin Herbert just decided to start doing that, right? You know what? Turns out I'm going to run now. Okay, let's see how that goes. Lawrence ran 10 times for 54 yards and 2 touchdowns. All right.
It's just still these dumb plays, though, all the time that he mixes in that, like, that guy's going to give it away in a big game. I wouldn't trust him fully, so... and that's Daniel Jones for me, too. That's even Aaron Rodgers. That's why I don't want to take any of the other one-loss teams seriously. So I guess it would be after that. Can I say it would be Kansas City this morning after they just lost their 3rd game? Because I do think they look back on offense in the last 2 games. But now their defense is just going to suddenly... Well, it's one bad game on defense, right?
Might be.
The Jags look, good on offense.
And 7 of those points are scored by the Jags defense, not against the Chiefs.
Yeah.
So,
But it's just everyone's got their warts right now. I would say the Chargers if they had their linemen, but they don't have their linemen. I would say the Ravens if they had their quarterback and their defense, but they don't have either. So, everybody's got issues right now, and you just got to guess at who is the best going to be the best at coming through them, and maybe it's Kansas City.
803-0550. I think one of the things about the Bills, people feel pretty good about the Bills. And one question would be, do you think that they are flawed, or do you think that they have a flaw that might be exposed but might not? And those are not that different. Maybe they aren't different at all, or maybe they're the same. I don't know. I don't think the Bills have some fundamental flaw. I think they have a build that, like a lot of teams, there are certain things you can't be good at everything, and you and I might not love every single way the Bills have built what they've built, but you kind of have to expose yourself to a certain number of things. For instance, like give an example here. The Bills' middle linebackers, Terrell Bernard. That's a choice. Mm-hmm. He's good at what he does. There are some things he's not going to be very good at, right? He's not a big, huge physical linebacker that's going to be great in the run game. Mm-hmm. So by having Terrell Bernard, we value this player because he does this well, and we need that. What doesn't he do? We understand that. That's a choice we make. And I feel like that's a choice we could talk about with the way the Bills run offense. What are they? They want to run the ball. They want to be ball control, efficient, explosive plays in the run game, 6 offensive linemen, 2 and 3 tight ends, bully ball. And they do it really well. Mm-hmm. And what's the drawback? Well, turns out sometimes we might not have a good game right there, and if we have to go to the passing game and if we have to throw to the guys on the outside, they might not be the best guys at uncovering on the outside. I don't think it's necessarily some egregious mistake that they've made that they didn't think of. I think it might be more likely that's what they think will win. So, and comments from Joe Brady yesterday kind of drive that home. We can talk about those as well. So, we can all sit here and say, how could they not want XYZ, XYZ? It's like, well, because this is what they think is the best way to do it. I'll go back to a random comparison here, but when Ralph Kruger was playing Jeff Skinner on the 4th line, why did it happen? Because he really thought it's not, he doesn't see what this guy is. It's actually, I think this is the way that I want to win. Mm-hmm. And then we say, like, well, that's absurd. That's kind of dumb. You probably shouldn't be the coach. But in the case of the Bills, they win all the time. So you might not agree with their approach, but it's no mistake, right? It's no mistake that they drafted Keon Coleman, a guy that won't uncover on the outside. They like other things that he does. They're ready to accept that. And on and on and on. Yak guys, right? They wanted to become a Yak team. They drafted some Yak players. They became pretty good at Yak. They wanted Kincaid for this. They wanted Jackson Hawes for what he does. So, the day after a loss to New England, I feel like you can get a lot of, how could they not see this coming? And I think the answer is they see a lot of it coming. They're willing to accept a lot of it because it can just be, this is our build, and, what build is perfect?
Right. They think they can win without guys getting open.
A little bit.
And to a large extent they have. It then comes down to, though, are you going to see a team that can expose that and that can take advantage of that with you enough to beat you?
Right. Because which in the playoffs only takes one time.
Yeah, like there's other parts of what Joe Brady said yesterday to me that are more damning. One thing he said is that the corner tandem is probably, talking about Gonzalez and I think Marcus Jones, that's probably the best we'll face all year. Mm-hmm. And a little using that as a bit of an excuse, like, well, why didn't we get open? Like, that's probably the best corner duo we're going to see all season.
Yeah,
that's a good corner duo.
That might be right.
But what? That's my Achilles heel? Like, oh, whoops, I ran into an amazing corner duo. Guess I'm not going to have anything open in the passing game. And that's just it. If I see a team come January that can do that to me, this is how it's going to look.
You're not going to have anything open on the outside. Probably not. You're going to have to work through Shakir and Kincaid. You're going to have to work through the passing game. You're going to have to find what passing to running back, something they didn't do.
Right.
Yeah, like
but because that sounds like an acceptance to, like, well, we can't.
It sounds like complimentary football.
It kind of sounds like what the GM said after the draft, which is like you can't really be great at everything, right? Which, because they haven't really even chased being good at this one thing.
Right.
They are good at everything else. And is that normal? That a team would say, We don't even need to try to be good at this one thing because we just are going to accept we can't be good at everything.
Yeah.
When a team who just won the Super Bowl was good at everything.
Are they good at everything?
They were good at everything.
Was Philadelphia good at everything? Like Jalen Hurts has good postseason games, but
they had that. They had that card to play. They ran into a team that said, "We're taking away your run game. We're going to dare your receivers to get open down the field against us," and that's exactly how they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they got open.
So
Devonta Smith got open a lot.
A team does that to the Bills in the Super Bowl. I know we're all happy to be in the Super Bowl. How does it go?
Josh Allen has to scramble a lot and run and try and find somebody on broken plays.
Right, but he's not throwing 30-yard bombs, 40-yard bombs to A.J. Brown like the Eagles did in the Super Bowl.
No, probably not.
So that's a plan B they don't really have, and I wish they would try to have it.
Their plan B might more likely be a jump ball to Keon Coleman.
Right.
Rather than like a streaking Tyquan Thornton behind the safeties.
And I do think Josh Palmer, by the way, was an effort to try to have that. I just don't think he is.
No. Right.
He's not going to break the game open like some of those other guys
Right.
will.
He might be an effort to try to have that. And this is where, again, like, it's all you decide what you're going to be, what you're going to build, what you're going to take. And the Bills wanted to spend a lot of draft capital on fixing their defense because it needed fixing.
Yep.
So that's why the signing of Josh Palmer rather than like a drafting of a receiver, like I don't love to tell you that or whatever. I don't ever miss an opportunity to point out that the way the Bills have done it at receiver is expensive for what they get. They actually do spend a good amount at receiver, and they don't have to. But again, why? We all know why. Disagree or don't disagree. It's because they wanted to get young and cheap and flush on defense, and that's why they spent most of their offseason on it. So, is it my favorite idea? No, but we know they can win. The question is, what will they need to adjust between now and the postseason? And how aggressive will they decide it's got to be different? Because last year, this time, they traded for Amari Cooper. They decided, this build is not good enough. We'll be so flawed that we'll be stopped if we just have MVS and Keon Coleman and Mac Hollins.
And that's where I'm not. I think you could take advantage of the Bills in this area. Are they so flawed they can be stopped? Because I still think on that front that these are flaws that you can work through and win with.
Yeah.
And I like Jacksonville, Indy, like these are other teams that have had good starts to the year where I think they probably have flaws that you can't work through.
Is there a flaw just they don't have Josh Allen and you do?
Yeah.
A lot of this is it always has been. The answer is, sure, we're not good at this on offense, but we got Josh. So it's okay.
I think that's most of it.
Yeah. Larry in South Florida. Hey, Larry, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. You touched on it a little bit yesterday, and I want to talk about our draft picks. So Allen's scrambling around, like you said, looking for someone to get open. We're not getting people open. And the question is, we have two guys that are pretty fast. They're not elite speed, but Curtis Samuel and Elijah Moore. Elijah Moore didn't dress. Big mistake in my book. And Curtis Samuel is getting passes behind the line of scrimmage, and he does get one little bit down the field. Guy that can clearly move. We're not using him the right way, and we're definitely not using Elijah Moore the right way. So let's look at his first four draft picks this year. Now, granted, he moved mountains to get Josh Allen. He gets a get-out-of-jail-free card pretty much all the time because of his drafts. But his first four picks are all defense. Here's the worst part. The first three are not on the field. Granted, I know the first one is a corner and he's injured, but still, the first three draft picks are not on the field. And the third-round pick, Landon Jackson, doesn't even get a uniform. Why not take a flyer on a player? Now, I know Isaiah Bond's a bad example, but why not take a flyer on a player like that with that type of elite speed that can at least give you a threat of going downfield? And I go back to the pick where we got Greg Rousseau in the first round. We turn around and draft Boogie Basham in the second round with defensive end. And if you look at that draft, there were so many receivers available. And then to address the receiver need in the draft, you trade with Kansas City, who gets the fastest player in the draft, which is Worthy, and we get Coleman, who you could see on Sunday cannot get away from people. And he's relying on this guy so much. I'd rather him send it to Palmer or Curtis Samuel or I know this is crazy, but bring Davis off the practice squad. I'd rather you throw to him on those contested catches on the sidelines.
It is crazy.
It is. And get speed at the receiver, elite speed. Stop messing around. So what do we need? We need a super fast wide receiver that can stretch the field. We also need a corner. So either
they need. Thanks, Larry. They need the position they might really have to address. I think is much more likely corner than receiver. Yeah. You mentioned Isaiah Bond, and it's worth pointing out for anybody that does or doesn't know this. They met with Isaiah Bond 100 million times in the draft process. Every single thing you can do with a player, they did. They had private dinner, they had Zoom workout, they had in for a top 30 visit. They went to they met him every step of the way, and if his legal thing wasn't a thing, maybe they would have drafted him. Instead, he went undrafted and then signed with the Browns. So every team in the league would have been scared off of Isaiah Bond for what the legal situation was, which I already forgot, and I apologize for that. But this is one of the maybe frustrating things about it. If you are someone that wants a fast receiver like this, like don't even have to be me or us with the receiver board. If you're someone that wants that, you've seen them get to the doorstep of it for like 3 years in a row and say, nah, no thanks. Outside of Marquez Stevenson, how many years ago was that? Too far?
Oh, that's years ago.
Too far back?
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
And that's in the 6th round.
Right. Or
Caden
Prather. They had all the speedsters in for visits this year. They had all the speedsters in for visits last year. They're constantly kicking the tires at that exact position and deciding, nah, never mind. I mean, why did they sign Elijah Moore right after the draft? Because they didn't get one. They were looking, and the board didn't fall right, or the value was there for Deion Walker or Landon Jackson or these other players. So it's not hard to explain. You don't have to necessarily agree with it. In some cases, I don't. I understand their overall look at it, but it's been right there for them, and they just haven't. So, I feel they probably will next year somewhere. Maybe the 7th round on some guy that'll be on the team for a month or two, or maybe some guy that pops. Anyway, all of that is to say, if you're talking about the Bills and how they can win, I think they can win the way they're built. I think they've shown they can dominate teams the way they're built. The question is, when you run up against a really good defense, how do you look? And, of course, is your defense, which that's the other part of this. Joe, they spent so much on the defense, and they're not yet getting the returns. Will they by January? We're focused on passing game, receivers, blah, blah, blah. And, of course, the defense is a major, major topic because it doesn't look like it's a complete product because it's not yet. And when it gets complete, will it be good enough? Will it be good enough to stop Patrick Mahomes, who looks like he has his super squad of weapons now, and Rice is still not back? They're going up and down the field. He is working like he used to with big explosives, and Rice is not back yet. So they look kind of scary to me. 803-0550. 1-888-552-550. I want you to prepare yourself, folks. I don't know if 28 points will be enough.
Yesterday they played.
It wasn't enough for the Chiefs.
They're playing. It'd be interesting to see how they would match up again. We'll see it, 2 weeks after the bye, because the Chiefs are playing. Sal put it this way a lot before the season. The Bills like to play low event football. It feels like the Chiefs right now want to play high event football.
Yeah.
And how's that game going to go? Which way? Because they are trying to play two different styles at the moment.
All right. Well, we'll talk about that a little more. 803-0550. Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock. It's hockey season. We'll talk with the Sabres head coach each and every Tuesday, and we'll get a preview of Thursday's opener against the Rangers and the season and some injury updates. Howard picks the Bills at 8:30. Your calls up until then. So if you're on hold, stick with us. Get right to your calls. 803-0550 on WGR. I think one of the things about the Bills, people feel pretty good about the Bills. And one question would be, do you think that they are flawed, or do you think that they have a flaw that might be exposed but might not? And those are not that different. Maybe they aren't different at all, or maybe they're the same. I don't know. I don't think the Bills have some fundamental flaw. I think they have a build that like a lot of teams, there are certain things you can't be good at everything, and you and I might not love every single way the Bills have built what they've built, but you kind of have to expose yourself to a certain number of things. For instance, like give an example here. The Bills' middle linebackers, Terrell Bernard. That's a choice. Mm-hmm. He's good at what he does. There are some things he's not going to be very good at, right? He's not a big, huge physical linebacker that's going to be great in the run game. Mm-hmm. So by having Terrell Bernard, we value this player because he does this well, and we need that. What doesn't he do? We understand that. That's a choice we make. And I feel like that's a choice we could talk about with the way the Bills run offense. What are they? They want to run the ball. They want to be ball control, efficient, explosive plays in the run game, 6 offensive linemen, 2 and 3 tight ends, bully ball. And they do it really well. Mm-hmm. And what's the drawback? Well, turns out sometimes we might not have a good game right there, and if we have to go to the passing game and if we have to throw to the guys on the outside, they might not be the best guys at uncovering on the outside. I don't think it's necessarily some egregious mistake that they've made that they didn't think of. I think it might be more likely that's what they think will win. So, and comments from Joe Brady yesterday kind of drive that home. We can talk about those as well. So, we can all sit here and say, how could they not want XYZ, XYZ? It's like, well, because this is what they think is the best way to do it. I'll go back to a random comparison here, but when Ralph Kruger was playing Jeff Skinner on the 4th line, why did it happen? Because he really thought it's not, he doesn't see what this guy is. It's actually, I think this is the way that I want to win. Mm-hmm. And then we say, like, well, that's absurd. That's kind of dumb. You probably shouldn't be the coach. But in the case of the Bills, they win all the time.
The AFC right now, could it not be going any better around them? Look, because there are teams that look good and have had good starts to the year. But they're not teams that I consider real threats to the Bills when we get to the biggest, most important games. The teams with one loss in the AFC right now, tell me if you're afraid of any of these teams beating the Bills in a critical playoff game. Indianapolis with Daniel Jones.
Nope.
They look good. No doubt, they look good. But right, Daniel Jones in a big spot.
Right.
Decent team. They've not beaten anybody great yet, but not bad. Like, this is a good start for them. Pittsburgh at 1 loss.
No chance.
No, nobody's going to think that team. I mean, this is the NFL. And New England beat the Bills. Anybody could come in and beat the Bills. It's possible. But you wouldn't expect Pittsburgh to win a game like that.
No.
And then you have Jacksonville, which even, like, again, last night, they win. They still look rocky. They still have these mistakes. Lawrence is so up and down. But there they are with 1 loss. Like, those are your 3 1-loss teams right now.
Right.
Your 2-loss teams are the Chargers, Broncos, and Patriots. I mean, I think those teams are pretty good. I respect the Chargers, but they don't have their line.
Exactly. I 2 games into the season was scared of the Chargers.
Yep.
And now with the line issues just piling up for them, I don't see them having the protection and the running attack needed. Hampton's out now. Like,
yep.
They're going to be struggling a little bit, I think. And that defense is really good. And I think the Bills might struggle on offense against that defense, but I think they'd find a way because they've got Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way about this conference right now, where it's like, who's the best team other than the Bills in this conference?
Yeah,
and
right.
How close are they to the Bills?
I think separation, is always a term that gets used a lot when what is considered good separation, depending on the type of route that they're necessarily running. We got a good amount of man coverage last night. We had some opportunities that we won on, some that we have to make better plays on the ball. There's not many players in the NFL that are just going to truly run away from guys in man coverage.
Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady. I don't know that I would agree with the part like there aren't that many players that run away in man coverage.
Yeah.
Maybe he means run away, but he said run
But
away.
even that,
there are plenty of players that get open in man coverage.
Yeah. There's a lot of them in the league. You could just rattle off 40 names right now.
They're pretty good at
Every team's got one, and a lot of teams have two. Guys that will. The Chiefs last night
win
had
at a reasonable rate.
Two guys. The Jaguars last night had two guys that you were seeing. Match them up one-on-one. They can't keep up with Brian Thomas.
Right.
That's just one name, but every team's got a guy like that.
803-0550. We were late, so I want to get some calls in on the other side. Todd, TJ, Dave, get right to you. And you ready for my current season prediction? This is not how the season will end. But I can see in the future, Joe. I don't know if you know this about me. I can see the future.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, definitely.
That's why we hit on our parlay last night.
I hit on my part of it.
Oh, you had the Worthy rushing side?
I had Worthy rushing over.
Owen can't see the future.
Two in a row for the big O-Dog letting us down.
Yeah. That hit early, too. Worthy had a rush in the first quarter.
Right away.
That's good.
Big O.
I'm getting to a point where I'm like, you guys need to just whatever I tell you.
No,
we just need to
no
fade
way.
it.
No way.
It's getting bad.
One team here. We win as a team, we lose as a team.
One team. That's how a parlay works. Yeah.
Anyway, I've got my prediction for the season.
Okay.
On a crossroads we will get to in January. I hope everybody's ready for it. I'll tell you what that is next. Get your calls in as well. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550. Lindy at 8. Howard picks the Bills at 8:30.
The AFC right now, could it not be going any better around them? Look, because there are teams that look good and have had good starts to the year, but they're not teams that I consider real threats to the Bills when we get to the biggest, most important games. The teams with one loss in the AFC right now, tell me if you're afraid of any of these teams beating the Bills in a critical playoff game. Indianapolis with Daniel Jones.
Nope.
They look good. No doubt. They look good. But Daniel Jones in a big spot.
Right.
Decent team. They've not beaten anybody great yet, but not bad. This is a good start for them. Pittsburgh at one loss.
No chance.
No, nobody's going to think that team. I mean, this is the NFL. New England beat the Bills. Anybody could come in and beat the Bills. It's possible. But you wouldn't expect Pittsburgh to win a game like that.
No.
And then you have Jacksonville, which even, again, last night, they win. They still look rocky. They still have these mistakes. Lawrence is so up and down. But there they are with one loss. Those are your 3 one-loss teams right now.
Right.
Your 2-loss teams are the Chargers, Broncos, and Patriots. I mean, I think those teams are pretty good. I respect the Chargers, but they don't have their line.
Exactly. I 2 games into the season was scared of the Chargers.
Yep.
And now with the line issues just piling up for them, I don't see them having the protection and the running attack needed. Hampton's out now. They're going to be struggling a little bit, I think. And that defense is really good. And I think the Bills might struggle on offense against that defense, but I think they'd find a way because they've got Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way about this conference right now, where it's who's the best team other than the Bills in this conference?
Yeah,
and
right.
How close are they to the Bills?
Sean McDermott with a couple of injury updates yesterday. Matt Milano is considered week to week after re-injuring his pectoral injury that had kept him out before Sunday against the Patriots. Dorian Williams is day to day. Meanwhile, and the Bills are hopeful that Ed Oliver will be able to return on Monday against the Atlanta Falcons. Monday Night Football, Jacksonville wins on a late Trevor Lawrence touchdown run over Kansas City, 31-28. Jags go to 4-1 on the year. Chiefs fall to 2-3. In baseball, last night the Dodgers win over the Phillies 4-3. They take a 2-0 series lead. The Brewers go up 2-0 on the Cubs with a 7-3 win last night. Tonight is Blue Jays and Yankees just after 8 o'clock. Mariners, Tigers before that. NHL starts tonight. Triple header starting at 5 o'clock with Chicago and Florida. Then also the Rangers and Penguins at 8. Rangers are the Sabres' opponent in their opener coming up on Thursday.
Going to lock in and scout that one?
Scout the Rangers?
Yeah.
And Matt Rempe for that opening face-off fight that's coming our way on Thursday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Well, we expect more, and he has shown growth this year. He has. We're looking for more consistency. Growth, maturation, that leads to consistency more than anything, and like anything else, you have winning habits, it leads to winning on the field. And so that's really what we're trying to create, and that's what we're here to do is help young men, in this case, grow and mature and develop and become professionals, and that's part of the process.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott, the Bills revealed that Keon Coleman had been disciplined. Second year in a row that he's been disciplined for something and forced to miss playing time as a result. Last year, the Jacksonville game, he missed the first quarter. And this one, he misses the first series, first drive, and it's disciplinary reasons. Not the kind of thing that we don't know why or how, what exactly it is. The Bills are, of course, going to keep that kind of thing in-house. You out there can decide for yourself how troubling you think that is, if it's an issue. The fact that it happens in year 2, I mean, one series, I don't think you're doing something too bad. Is that wild to say? You missed a series.
Maybe. I mean,
you were late to a meeting. You were 3 minutes late, and sorry, that's the standard around here. Maybe there's a good excuse. I don't care. You're gonna miss the first series.
Last year, it was revealed that the reason he was benched in the Jaguars game was because he was late to a meeting. So I don't know if, and that was a quarter that he missed against the Jaguars.
I think it was a quarter against the Jags. Yeah. I have a question. How many other things could you be disciplined for that are just little ticky-tack stuff? Meetings. You have a lot of meetings. You could be late for a meeting. That could happen.
Late for a meeting as a quarter is maybe dozing off in a meeting than a series?
I feel like dozing off would be worse.
Dozing off would be worse than being late?
Yeah. Not that we
know.
Yeah.
You're there.
Fair.
Maybe
you're just tired. But
right.
You're not paying attention. You're not. Who knows? Speculating on it is one thing. But anyway, good morning, Jeremy
Distracting
and Joe.
others in class. Maybe it could be a series.
There's two sides to that. One is that it's light enough of an issue that it's a series, but big enough that the Bills want to tell us that it happened. And yes, he was benched for disciplinary reasons. So almost like letting you guys know this happened. Which there are plenty of things that happen that we do not find out about, whether that's players bickering or what. And every single NFL team is very good at controlling their own message. So you only find out what they want you to find out. And they wanted everybody to know this. So take that for what it's worth. 803-0550. All right. Chiefs and Jaguars last night. Any given Sunday kind of stuff. The Jags win in part because there's a pick six, one of those 14-point swings. Like when the Chiefs, was it Sean Smith, intercepted Jeff Toole at the goal line and took it back the distance?
Yep.
A pick six that's 100 yards basically.
Yep.
The Chiefs looked pretty good offensively in this game.
They had 476 yards of offense.
Yep, that's a pretty good day for them. And they lost their third game. So they might not win the division. They might go on the road. They might be, we're 5 weeks in, and they're 2-3, and the Ravens are 1-4. And these are probably the two teams that would scare any Bills fan the most, more than the Colts, more than the Chargers, more than the Steelers. And they've got off to rough starts. And here are the Bills at 4-1. So that feels good. Mm-hmm. However, I'm going to give you my prediction for the season right now.
Okay.
Until further notice, my belief on what we will see from this Bills team is they will get to a game at Highmark Stadium against the Chiefs, and it'll be running it back of the 24, 23, whatever.
23 season.
Sure.
Yeah.
The divisional round playoff loss to the Chiefs. I'm not predicting that same game, but I'm telling you that I think we're going to see the Chiefs in at Highmark, and the two contrasting styles where the Bills want to control, hammer the ball, limit possessions, run on 2nd and 1, keep that Chiefs team off the field, play efficient. And the Chiefs are going to come into that same game. That when they played 2 years ago, what was it? The Bills didn't have any linebackers, and the Chiefs' offense wasn't that good. This time, their offense might be really good, and we'll see if it goes differently. But I am, until further notice, afraid of what the Chiefs would do to this defense. We can talk a lot about receiver if you want. Part of the reason we all want to talk about receiver when we do is because we're out here looking for shootouts, and I want to make sure I can stay in a shootout with this defense, the way that it's currently built, the injuries they have, the questions we've got in the secondary. I am terrified of Worthy, Thornton, Hollywood Brown, and Rashee Rice. Like, that looks scary.
Do you think they get picked? They would get picked apart in the passing game, obviously.
Yes.
Because that's right now their bread and butter.
Yes.
Kansas City.
Yes, because the Bills have never cared and never needed to care about how well the Chiefs run the ball. It never matters. It's going to be Mahomes throwing to fast receivers, and will the Bills have the corners for it? Like, listen, receiver is a topic we'll always talk about, but man, they're probably going to need some help at corner.
Yeah.
Dorian Strong's going to see a specialist. So
on a neck injury, Sean McDermott said he wouldn't rule anything out when asked if it was season ending. So it doesn't sound like he's on the field anytime soon.
They're not ruling out season ending for Dorian Strong. They're not ruling out season ending for Hairston. And he said he didn't want to talk timelines on that.
I did see he's in a lighter sleeve though now than he had been. But yeah,
Hairston.
But he's not practicing.
How long it could be and when it is until he is effective. You know, they drafted Hairston for a reason because they need help at that position. And if that help doesn't come, and it's just Tre'Davious White, and then the other guy you drafted is unavailable, you're going to need to do something. So they're going to have to do something at corner. And safety is going to get tested. Eventually, it's going to get tested. The speed of that Kansas City team. I mean, I know they lost last night. And I'm just, They look like they're rounding into the offensive juggernaut form that they haven't been for 2 years.
Right.
So
it's kind of the opposite of what was happening last year, where they were winning games, close games, looking totally unimpressive, and thinking this surely can't continue. Last night, like, oh, look at them. The Jaguars are not a bad defense, by the way.
Yeah.
They hadn't been at least throughout the year. And the Chiefs just kind of doing whatever they wanted. They were moving up and down the field. But it was a rare occurrence where their defense was the one that really couldn't stop the Jags. And I don't know if I would expect that on a week-to-week basis from the Chiefs defense.
Yeah.
Like that they're going to get it's possible though. The Bills could do to the Chiefs what the Jags just did, couldn't they? Like 31 points. They even got down to the 1 yard line.
Yeah.
It didn't score on it. They put up almost 300 yards of offense. So I guess it wasn't as much as they thought.
I'm not saying they have to lose. I just think we are inevitably headed to that.
Yeah.
That crossroads, that final boss that isn't even the final boss, but I think we're headed to that crossroads.
I don't know what the Bills will want to do with that. If they think, okay, Kansas City, they're different on offense, they're going to score more, they're going to play at a higher pace, more plays. How do we want to counter that? And as much as we'll talk about what they're doing at corner to counter that, their offense is going to be running the ball and milking the clock to keep the Chiefs off the field.
Right, just like the divisional game 2 years ago.
When they didn't have linebackers.
Right. So I think we get that. We're going to run it back, and we'll see if the Bills can do better this time. 803-0550. That doesn't have to be right. Just I'm watching the Chiefs, and I think they're coming back offensively.
It's a shame Hairston is injured because isn't he the exact type of player you would want for what Kansas City is currently presenting?
You would need him for one of. They don't have. Like we talk speedy receivers for the Bills.
Yeah,
they built the entire plane out of fast receivers.
They've got at least 3 receivers that are faster than the Bills' fastest receiver, and probably by a lot. Thornton and Worthy are 2 of the maybe 5 fastest receivers in the sport.
Maybe. And the difference
not
is
that Thornton is one of the best, but he's fast.
Very fast.
And then Hollywood Brown used to have elite speed. He still has pretty good speed. He's probably on line with where like Elijah Moore is at this point.
Yeah.
But they're stretching the field. And, I mean, Tre'Davious White was getting beat over the top by an ACL-torn Diggs, right? Like, what's going to happen if he gets a one-on-one in a bad spot with one of those Chiefs receivers? Like that. That's where you would love to have Hairston had been ready and ramped up, and maybe you can get him there by the playoffs. But I would be surprised if it's by the time they play him in Week 9.
And even if he is, if Dorian Strong is out long term, like that's a guy you probably want to replace. If you felt good about him, good enough to platoon him in, I need somebody that I'm going to platoon in. I don't know if Jamarcus Ingram is that or Dane Jackson.
Well, and the Chiefs aren't running the ball really, and that's also been a weakness of the Bills, right? So, like, I guess that might be a good thing. Is it like if my worst thing so far throughout the year is I can't stop anybody from running, and the Chiefs don't really care about running.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, I wouldn't care about that part of it. Like if we get to the deadline, talks like, oh, they should go trade everything in first-round picks for Jeffrey Simmons because they can't stop the run. I'm gonna want to think about the Chiefs. Like, do I? Because they're going to show up and run the ball 7 times with Kareem Hunt, and like I'm not going to really have to worry about it.
No, I'd want Simmons to get after Mahomes. Like everything I want, I'm going to. Yeah,
right.
I want him to get after Mahomes when that game ultimately comes. If it does, the Chiefs do have to make the playoffs, and they're 2-3. TJ in Toronto is or Ontario. Hey, TJ. Good morning.
TJ, you there?
All right, we'll try again. Dave in Buffalo. Hey, Dave.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. Actually, one of the things you were talking about prompted me to look in the old memory banks, but for what was Coleman disciplined for, and the real answer is who knows. I think there was a highly rated defensive tackle the Bills had a few years ago that got disciplined because of drag racing with somebody else. And
Marcel Darius, was that Jerry Hughes and Darius?
Jerry Hughes and Darius, yeah.
Right.
But that's like, I don't know if you got a quarter for that, or a series for that.
I don't remember.
And again, that's actually illegal. Never mind just like a team discipline for a series.
Stevie Johnson got benched, didn't he, for celebrating?
Yes, he was warned by Chan to stop celebrating, and then he did celebrate in New England when they were up 21 points, and then they benched Stevie, and they didn't score again.
When the Patriots were up 21 points,
No,
right?
I think the Bills were up.
The Bills were up? Oh, because it was the end of the season.
Yes, the Bills were up 20.
Yeah.
No, they were up 21, and then they, you know what, I'll go find that game. But
I think it was like the final game of the year.
Yeah.
So it really could have been anything in terms of all that stuff. In terms of the bigger picture, I think that, again, the key is who's on the roster now. This team, we can theorize if we want, what does it take to get Sauce Gardner or something like that, but really look on the current roster and what do we do to develop players. And that's why actually the neck injury to Strong, I think, really is a big thing because it really lessened our roster in terms of what we can do and try to develop folks. So that might be a place where we go out and find somebody new. For this last game, also, the biggest problem I thought was that Williams was actually out injured, and he's a tackling machine. And the fact that we had trouble tackling folks, I think may have been because we're missing him and missing things too. So I really would love to hear folks analyze the current roster and how do we improve there and where we're missing folks there to find out where we should go.
Well, I mean, one, by the way, I don't think Dorian Williams was having a very strong campaign so far.
No, he's been a problem.
We were talking about him getting replaced just on its own merit before he got injured. And then at corner, the in-house candidates at this point are
you're running out of them.
Jamarcus Ingram, and that's not some young developmental. He's like 28 years old, and he's fine. They trust him in certain spots, but that's not an answer to what we're currently talking about in replacing Tre'Davious White. So I don't know. And on the Coleman part of it, so Matt Perino did actually have the breakdown. I guess they didn't quite offer it on their own. He was asked specifically why Keon Coleman did not play on the first offensive series. I didn't even notice he wasn't out there for the first offensive series, but he got asked, and he said, yes, discipline, coach's discipline, and asked something during the week, yes. So they were asked the question about Coleman, didn't tell us if he was late to a meeting, didn't tell us if it was, what it was involving. But it was something during the week. It wasn't anything like on game day, I guess.
Yeah. All right.
I just in-house, who's not currently starting that's available to them that you are just expecting to make a huge impact in the rest of the year?
In-house is
Landon Jackson.
Without going too far down the rabbit hole here about this Bills-Chiefs game from 2 years ago, in-house is call A.J. Klein.
Yeah.
I mean, he was actually out of house, and that wasn't the Bills' fault. What are they supposed to do? You're missing so many pieces.
Yeah.
You reach back to somebody that knows your defense, and he comes out of retirement to play. If the Bills,
well, who's that at corner? Rasul Douglas is unavailable.
I mean, Tre'Davious White would be the answer here, but he's already on the team.
he's already playing.
The joke about calling someone that knows the system would be calling Tre'Davious White. Is it
Josh Norman for the third time?
It's a trade.
It's a trade.
There's probably something they will have to do at corner to shore things up. 803-0550. Dennis in Williamsville. Hey, Dennis, good morning.
Hey, guys. So I just wanted to kind of talk a little bit about the offense. I called the afternoon show yesterday, too, and kind of said something similar, but I just think it's a point that kind of needs to be made. Like, I'm thrilled that our running game has been better, and, I'll never want to disparage us from being able to do that. But I kind of feel like we're calling an offense the way that we would if Mitch Trubisky was our quarterback. I don't know. I said the same thing last year, and I feel like years past, since Dable left, really, and it's been more of a philosophical thing, I think, coming down from McDermott, where, you only want Josh to be Josh when he has to be Josh. And then, other than that, it's like we just defer to other players on the offense who are clearly not as able. So, like, for example, I would say, like, when Josh was swinging it all over the place, we weren't trying to get guys going behind the line of scrimmage and all this stuff. We were, if you remember the talk from 2020, it was always about 11 personnel and how we were doing it with those guys. And yes, I know Diggs was on the team at the time and stuff, but we even did it with Robert Foster. I mean, we were slinging it everywhere. And now I just feel like it's really hard for us to get a rhythm too, because a lot of the plays that are called, you look at, we had 10 penalties. I think it was 10, maybe 11. But a lot of the plays that are called, penalties are just baked into the play. So you're running RPOs and you have illegal men downfield all the time, and that's not the player's fault. It's baked into the play. If the quarterback pulls it and throws it, it's likely going to be an illegal man downfield. If you have a wide receiver screen against press coverage, it's going to be an offensive pass interference. It's going to be, or else you're going to get the guy killed who's catching the ball if you don't block for him. So, like, as far as rhythm goes, sometimes we just get the ball moving and we're moving downfield, looks great, and then we just get in our own way. I feel like sometimes with making some of these calls that put us way off schedule, we end up 1st and 20, 1st and 25 sometimes,
Yeah, but that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen a lot. Like, that's something that happened in this game that kind of got them behind the sticks, and it doesn't often happen to them.
But it's still not utilizing our players, I feel, to the best of their ability. Yeah. I don't think those plays are absolutely necessary to call. I mean, we can do other things, and I feel like those are the plays. When you do look, I mean, there is a track record from the beginning of the year. There's been multiple times where offensive linemen are downfield. We have pass interference on wide receiver screens. It's happened a bunch of times this year, and it's not. When the result sometimes on those screens, it's a 3-yard gain. Is it really worth?
Yeah. Well,
is it worth it?
Yeah. Thanks, Dennis. There's probably a point here about whatever you're going all the way back to 11 personnel, which was a build that the Bills had that won a lot of games and didn't produce a Super Bowl appearance, and then they started to change. Right? They think we can be better doing it this way, and what are they getting with this? So far, they win a lot of games, and we'll see if they get a Super Bowl appearance. Not many people would be blaming the offense and the changes they've made on offense for it. That said, we do get a lot of games where the offense has the chance to win and doesn't. Mm-hmm. So, again, like I just feel like I'm kind of aligned. I loved those Bills teams too, and I think they could still win that way, but they've clearly moved in a different direction. And while doing that, we are watching a defense that cannot put it together or has not yet. And they're missing a lot of pieces. So here it is, week 5. They're 4-1. They're tied for the best record. The road still looks really good to get the 1 seed, to be at Highmark Stadium, to play for a chance to get in the Super Bowl. And then this kind of gets to my comparison I've made, or my analogy I've made, which it's about to go, once you flip from regular season to postseason, it flips from stroke play to match play. Stroke play for the Bills is, be smart, do your thing, win 13 games. And then, all right, is this the formula to get by Kansas City, to get by Baltimore, to get by, pick another team you think in the AFC is worth it. Jacksonville, I don't know if Jacksonville's amazing. I don't know if anybody here is ready for Trevor Lawrence to make a Super Bowl before Josh Allen. I am not ready for that.
No,
that would
I am not.
That would not be good.
I'm not ready for him to do it. I'm not ready for Daniel Jones to do it.
And I don't think that
I'm
they
not
will.
ready for Aaron Rodgers to do it.
Right. I don't think any of that's going to happen.
No.
But then you get to match
Knicks.
play, and it's how have you changed and how have you decided you're going to win? Because the arcs of all these teams trying to, be ahead of the curve or see what's coming. The Chiefs, how'd they win their last two? People like to point out a lot. Defense. Their defense got great, and their offense was mediocre with Mahomes making crazy good plays like he often does. And the Bills decided to go to what they are. And what did the Chiefs do in the last couple seasons? What has their move been?
They're going back the other way.
Let's get faster and be explosive again.
Yeah.
We don't want to be this ball control team. People point out they traded away Tyreek Hill, and they did that as a bit of a reset. And since then, they've been chasing speed and explosions. And last night, they got a lot of that. So when they meet again in the playoffs, what am I thinking I'm going to get? I think I'm going to get an explosive, dynamic Chiefs offense against what the Bills have built, and the Bills think this is the best way to build it. But they're going to need better defensive players. Whether they come in-house or they come from outside.
And I guess the best-case scenario is still, because, again, they do lose last night, and they've got a way tougher schedule than the Bills do, is that you get lucky and don't have to see them. Because, look, they went on the road. And
they lost to the Chargers already this year.
Right, they lost to the Chargers on the road as the 6th seed, or as the 5 seed, because they were good. They were better on offense. But they lost 3 early games, and then guess what? They play the Lions, Commanders, Bills, Broncos, all in the next month. They could be 2-4 in a week.
Yeah.
And they could look good on offense, but are they putting themselves too far behind the 8 ball?
Isn't that the Bengals last year?
It's the Bengals last year. It's the Ravens right now.
Right. We're going to be sitting there saying, boy, if they don't get in, that's huge. And if they get in, maybe I'm nervous.
And maybe that's, something the Bills deserve a little bit of credit for at this point, or maybe just the health of Allen deserves credit for that, right? Because they've not had a year like that yet. And the Ravens have already had one like that. Tyler Huntley started a playoff game for them on the road. And the Bengals just had that season. The Chiefs are maybe beginning to have that year a little bit more organically just because their schedule. The Bills have not had this year.
What might be the difference between the Bills and the Chiefs right now? Is it the schedule? The Chiefs have 3 losses. Who are the 3 losses to?
They've lost the Chargers, the Eagles, and the Jaguars.
What's the combined record of those teams?
It's great. It's
8-2
plus 3-2, so 11-3. 11-3.
They have 3 losses to 3 teams that are probably 11-4. They have 3 losses to 3 playoff teams.
Yeah.
So that's not to say the Bills would have lost to all 3 of those teams, but before I'd write off the Chiefs as some sort of dead, if they lose to the Lions coming up in a week, which they could, if their 4 losses are Lions, Eagles, Chargers, Jaguars. Chargers and Jaguars not quite the same, but still, that's a lot different than what the Bills have done. The Bills would have 1 loss to New England, who's good.
Yeah.
But is New England the weakest team of that group? Is New England better than Jacksonville?
They're probably on the same...
Jacksonville?
They're probably in the same tier as Jacksonville.
Okay. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. More of your phone calls, and
the sky is on fire right now. It looks like.
Oh yeah, it does.
Or it's like gold. Actually,
it's not going to be 80 today. It's going to rain.
I think it just started raining.
Oh, good, raining.
Yeah, look at that. It's coming down,
and not 80.
Rain. Everyone say it together. We needed this rain.
We needed it. A lot of rain
because I haven't seen rain in 3 weeks.
All right, 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe. Let's get more calls in. Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock ahead of the Sabres season and the NHL season opening up. We'll chat about it with you. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. I think one of the things about the Bills, people feel pretty good about the Bills. And one question would be, do you think that they are flawed, or do you think that they have a flaw that might be exposed but might not? And those are not that different. Maybe they aren't different at all, or maybe they're the same. I don't know. I don't think the Bills have some fundamental flaw. I think they have a build that, like a lot of teams, there are certain things you can't be good at everything. And you and I might not love every single way the Bills have built what they've built, but you kind of have to expose yourself to a certain number of things. For instance, like give an example here. The Bills' middle linebackers, Terrell Bernard. That's a choice. Mm-hmm. He's good at what he does. There are some things he's not going to be very good at, right? He's not a big, huge physical linebacker that's going to be great in the run game. Mm-hmm. So by having Terrell Bernard, we value this player because he does this well, and we need that. What doesn't he do? We understand that. That's a choice we make. And I feel like that's a choice we could talk about with the way the Bills run offense. What are they? They want to run the ball. They want to be ball control, efficient, explosive plays in the run game, 6 offensive linemen, 2 and 3 tight ends, bully ball. And they do it really well. Mm-hmm. And what's the drawback? Well, turns out sometimes we might not have a good game right there, and if we have to go to the passing game and if we have to throw to the guys on the outside, they might not be the best guys at uncovering on the outside. I don't think it's necessarily some egregious mistake that they've made that they didn't think of. I think it might be more likely that's what they think will win. So, and comments from Joe Brady yesterday kind of drive that home. We can talk about those as well. So, we could all sit here and say, how could they not want XYZ, XYZ? It's like, well, because this is what they think is the best way to do it. I'll go back to a random comparison here, but when Ralph Kruger was playing Jeff Skinner on the 4th line, why did it happen? Because he really thought it's not, he doesn't see what this guy is. It's actually, I think this is the way that I want to win. Mm-hmm. And then we say, like, well, that's absurd. That's kind of dumb. You probably shouldn't be the coach. But in the case of the Bills, they win all the time. The Bills revealed that Keon Coleman had been disciplined. 2nd year in a row that he's been disciplined for something and forced to miss playing time as a result. Last year, the Jacksonville game, he missed the first quarter. And this one, he misses the first drive. And it's disciplinary reasons. Not the kind of thing that we don't know why or how, what exactly it is. The Bills are, of course, going to keep that kind of thing in-house. You out there can decide for yourself how troubling you think that is, if it's an issue. The fact that it happens in year 2, I mean, one series, I don't think you're doing something too bad. Is that wild to say? You missed a series.
Maybe. I mean,
you were late to a meeting. You were 3 minutes late, and sorry, that's the standard around here. Maybe there's a good excuse. I don't care. You're gonna miss the first series.
Last year, it was revealed that the reason he was benched in the Jaguars game was because he was late to a meeting. So I don't know and that was a quarter that he missed against the Jaguars. I think it was a quarter
against the Jags. Yeah. I have a question. How many other things could you be disciplined for that are just little ticky-tack stuff? Meetings. You have a lot of meetings. You could be late for a meeting. That could happen.
Late for a meeting as a quarter is maybe dozing off in a meeting than a series?
I feel like dozing off would be worse.
Dozing off would be worse than being late?
Yeah. Not that we
know.
Yeah.
You're there.
Fair.
Maybe
you're just tired. But
right.
You're not paying attention. You're not. Who knows? Speculating on it is one thing. But anyway, good morning, Jeremy
Distracting
and Joe.
others in class maybe could be a series. Sean McDermott with a couple of injury updates yesterday. Matt Milano is week to week with a pec injury that he re-injured on Sunday against the Patriots. Dorian Williams is day to day with his knee injury, and Dorian Strong is seeing a neck specialist, and he is already on injured reserve, so he could be out for a long time. Monday Night Football, Kansas City falls to Jacksonville 31-28. Trevor Lawrence with a late touchdown run to give the Jags the lead. They go to 4-1. The Chiefs fall to 2-3 on the year. They play the Lions next week on Sunday Night Football. To baseball, the Dodgers win 4-3 over the Phillies last night. 2-0 series lead for them. Also, the Brewers beat the Cubs 7-3. They're also up 2-0. Tonight, Blue Jays look for the sweep over the Yankees. That's at 8 o'clock. Before that, Mariners and Tigers just after 4. Hockey starts tonight. We'll have Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock. The Panthers and the Blackhawks start things off at 5 o'clock. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Elliot Friedman, Connor McDavid signs a 2-year extension with the Oilers to stay and not get a raise, basically turning down $15 million over 2 years. He could have easily gotten to 19 or 20. Instead, he goes for 12.5 to stay in Edmonton and give them a chance to win a cup. And, Edmonton is Edmonton, and they're close, and he's giving them a big discount.
A huge discount. I mean, he is signing, if you look at percentage of the cap, he signed really he's taking a pay cut by that metric, right?
Yeah,
he's taking a deal that 3 years ago would have been below $10 million a year, and he's the best player in the world by a lot.
Yeah,
I mean, with Kaprizov signing for 17, he should have been signing for 20.
Yep.
And
it's only 2 years, so he'll get paid in 2 years with the cap going up. But that doesn't explain why he didn't just go for the market he could have gotten.
No.
He could have just got that for 2 years. He could write his own contract for 2 years in Edmonton, and instead,
what he's doing though is he's telling Edmonton, I'm giving you 2 years, and I'm going to give you all the cap flexibility imaginable. Here, this is $7 million more than you should have. Let's go win a cup. And because I'm the best player in the league and I want to win a ring and I want people talking about my legacy, I want to cement myself as one of the best ever. So let's go win. And I'm going to give you 2 years. And in 2 years, if he's given them all of that space and they haven't done anything with it, then he's probably going to bolt.
Yeah. There's only one potential problem with that. And again, it doesn't have to be a problem. We'll get back to your calls here on the Bills and, moving forward. The one problem with that is the story is that was his ask. He just said 12 million, 12 and a half. Just write it up. I'll do it.
Yeah.
If he does that to try to win a cup and it doesn't work, in 2 years, where does he sign? And does he sign with that team for less than he's worth to try to win a cup? Or does he go for $24 million a year in Tampa because, hey, I just took a 2-year discount to try to win the cup. Now I'm going to go try to win a cup with a different organization? And how close could they get where they could convince him? There are other factors here. I think it's what you say is exactly right. He's giving them a better chance to win because he wants to win one. I just wonder if he doesn't get it, then what?
Right. And he at the same time is doing harm to a lot of other players in the league. Yeah. I think I said this during the break. I don't think Alex Tuch can go in today and ask for $11 million from the Sabres. He might have been able to a week ago as a starting bid, and now he probably sounds ridiculous. You're not worth $1 million less than Connor McDavid is.
Well,
what does Jack Eichel do this morning?
Right.
Jack Eichel in Vegas. A day ago, Kaprizov is the leader at 17. I'm worth 17. I'm as good as him, and I'm a center. And now McDavid signs for 12 and a half. It's now what? 13? 14?
Right. People are going to call Jack names if he goes and gets 18.
Right.
He made me look like a jerk.
And McDavid, it's maybe not his responsibility in his mind to kind of lift up all the players with the cap going up, but maybe it should be a little. You're the best player in the world, and now a lot of billionaire owners are going to get to save a lot of money if they want to because they don't have to pay their superstars as much.
Yeah, and again, like just the peer pressure of how many markets now can a person call and say player X should take less because McDavid did. Like it's tough.
Exactly,
it's tough.
That's a problem.
Dennis in Lockport. Hey, Dennis. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, guys, you guys were talking about the Chiefs and some of the scary stuff. So I got 3 takeaways, and one's a question for you guys.
Yeah.
The other 2 takeaways. Now, listen, I agree with you on the wide receivers. That's scary. But one of the things I noticed this year, and it started last year near the end, and also this year, Mahomes is running.
Yes, he is.
Yesterday's game, he had to be one of the most yards ran or next to him.
He led him in rushing,
Pacheco and Hunt are doing something like if you remember the Bills' K gun when they had Thurman and all them, they're reminding me of our old K gun where those guys are coming in the backfield, catching it and getting down the field quite a bit, and that even creates more problems for the Bills because again, if we got guys we got to cover for receivers. But their running backs are now all of a sudden coming out there and catching pretty well and gaining some yards. And then you got Mahomes doing his thing. And he isn't sliding. He's running for yards. So I noticed that was...
Yeah, thanks, Dennis. You pick up on a good point here. Mahomes is doing 2 things he had not done in a while. One, he threw for 4 touchdowns in a game. That had been a long time since he did that. That was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
In this game, they go up and down the field. He ran for 60 yards in this game. And... yeah, it's almost like he's back. I don't want to go with he's back. Where did he go? He didn't have really great statistical seasons. Of course, you get to the postseason, it makes a difference. But I've got at Ben Baldwin's site on like passing and rushing EPA. This might shock you to find out that on rush EPA per play, is a Chiefs team that does not run the ball very well, right?
No, not typically.
They don't have James Cook. They have Pacheco and Kareem Hunt.
Guys.
And Worthy, who they hand the ball to. According to Ben Baldwin's site, rush EPA per play, the Chiefs are the same as the Bills. They run the ball just as well on EPA per play.
Mm-hmm.
The Bills are a better passing team right now.
Well, the Chiefs just aren't doing it as often.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. But weeks 1 through 5, the Chiefs are pretty much just as good as the Bills running the ball on EPA, which kind of surprises me.
Yeah.
They never seem to care about it. But Mahomes running, Mahomes active, Mahomes getting out of the pocket. I don't know.
Yeah, how much of that is that's including? I'm assuming his scrambling.
Yes,
because he's scrambling more than Allen is. I think.
Right. Is it because whatever? All 22 people could tell me this. Is it a little bit because the Bills or the Chiefs rather have 3 track stars running all over the field, and that's creating more room for him to find space to run?
Well, and you mean like him when he's running?
I'm saying
when he's running,
when he scrambles. If
that
I've got
probably helps.
If I've got Thornton and Worthy and Hollywood Brown on the field at the same time running out that way, guess what defenders are doing? Watching them.
Yeah,
have to. Don't let these guys get behind you. Don't let this guy loose, and it pulls the defense apart and gives Mahomes more lanes to run through. Just a thought, but he is doing that more effectively than he has been.
He's an impressive runner too. Like he's very deceptive. When his pump fakes at the line are always tricking people, right? I wouldn't be surprised though if the receiver point makes it a lot easier for him. When guys are running down the field and are so threatening and they're breaking open late in plays when he's buying time and that's opening up lanes for him. Like I wouldn't be surprised if that's making up for, some of the physical differences between him and like Allen.
803-0550. Peter in New Jersey. Hey, Peter.
Good morning. So, we're talking about the defense and, the weaknesses there and the offense. What about special teams? So, basically, we're good on kickoff coverage and punt coverage. But on the field goal, it's like we're giving them a field goal. No, we don't even try to block it. Coleman was like 5 yards off the line of scrimmage, what we were looking for. A fake. Can he run and jump up at least or jump over the center? This is the year of blocked field goals. And yet the Bills don't even – the last time I saw the Bills block a field goal was Stevie Tasker or a punt with Steve Tasker. And as far as return, we're not aggressive on the kickoff returns. Kickoff return, I know Covington's not there, and he was our best returner. But not even getting out to past the 30. And on punts, we always seem like we're always taking a fair catch. We don't want to make a mistake and fumble the ball. So I just think there's 3 parts of the team, defense, offense, special teams. We need an improvement on all 3. So I'll hang up there and
Oh, sorry. Thanks, Peter.
I don't know. I mean,
I haven't thought at all about the Bills blocking field goals.
They have not blocked a field goal since 2022. I'm looking at it right now.
It was Alex Carrington.
No, he
Bring back Alex Carrington.
That dude was amazing. He did it 3 times in 1 year.
I would like to call a formal meeting of our drafting of former Bill, future Bill, and I would like to pick up Alex Carrington.
He's only 38.
Get him back. He shows a knack for blocking field goals. Are you amazed that I had that name ready?
No, that's a really good name.
That's the guy.
It's the only thing I remember about
Alex
him is
Carrington.
that he blocked field goals and did it a lot. Yeah, I don't know. Like, they don't have a guy that jumps over a long snapper. I mean, that might be a lot of it. Maybe. They're like that? That's how the Jets blocked a field goal against the Bucs a couple weeks ago.
How many blocked field goals this week
in the league?
Yeah.
I don't know, but there was as many, I think, in the first 4 weeks, as there was almost all last season.
Okay.
So
before we call it the year of the blocked field goal, I'm going to want to see the year play out and have it be all blocked field goals.
Yeah.
Because if we have a lot in the first 4 weeks and then none happen for 2 months, then maybe it's all a little bit of noise there.
Yeah.
I don't know. On the list of things I'm thinking about for the Bills, blocking field goals is not high on the list. Not to say that Chris Tabor shouldn't be thinking about that, but I'm not.
Do you know who you want to block field goals? I know what you want to do. You want to block field goals? Do you want to really block field goals?
Yeah, I want to really block field
goals. Who played basketball?
Keon Coleman.
Keon Coleman. He could dunk. He's tall. He can jump. You want someone to jump over the long snapper and block a field goal? That's your guy.
I don't know the rules on that. And it feels like every time...
You just can't touch the long snapper.
You can jump over him, but you can't touch him.
Will McDonald did it for the Jets against the Bucs. You can't touch him.
Okay.
You got to clear him. So you got to be able to jump high. And who could probably jump higher than anybody on the team? It's probably Keon Coleman. Or it's Josh Allen, but we're not doing that. I think.
Yeah. 803-0550. All right.
Coleman on field goal block. All right, I'm into it. Talk myself into it.
Sure.
He could jump as high as anyone on the team, probably, can he?
Well, it's about whoever can get their hand up the highest. And does that him
that would be
above the rim?
Yeah.
Yeah, but somebody might have a better vertical, but not be as also tall. So, it's who can touch the highest spot on the wall. That guy's.
I would guess it's him.
That's probably a good guess.
Yeah.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN right now. They're debating whether or not A.J. Brown will force himself out of Philadelphia via a trade. We'll see. What else? Lindy Ruff, 8 o'clock. Howard picks the Bills at 8:30. We'll see what that loss to the Patriots has done to him if he's, questioning everything. It's all coming up. You can give us a ring. We have wide open phone lines, and if you're on, stick with us here on WGR. The Bills revealed that Keon Coleman had been disciplined. Second year in a row that he's been disciplined for something and forced to miss playing time as a result. Last year, the Jacksonville game, he missed the first quarter. And this one, he misses the first drive. And it's disciplinary reasons. Not the kind of thing that we don't know why or how, what exactly it is. The Bills are, of course, going to keep that kind of thing in-house. You out there can decide for yourself how troubling you think that is, if it's an issue. The fact that it happens in year 2, I mean, one series, I don't think you're doing something too bad. Is that wild to say? You missed the series.
Maybe. I mean,
you were late to a meeting. You were 3 minutes late, and sorry, that's the standard around here. Maybe there's a good excuse. I don't care. You're gonna miss the first series.
Last year, it was revealed that the reason he was benched in the Jaguars game was because he was late to a meeting. So I don't know if, and that was a quarter that he missed against the Jaguars.
It was a quarter against the Jags. Yeah. I have a question. How many other things could you be disciplined for that are just little ticky-tack stuff? Meetings. You have a lot of meetings. You could be late for a meeting. That could happen.
Late for a meeting as a quarter is maybe dozing off in a meeting than a series?
I feel like dozing off would be worse.
Dozing off would be worse than being late?
Yeah. Not that we
really?
know. Yeah.
You're there.
Fair.
Maybe
you're just tired. But
right.
You're not paying attention. You're not, who knows? Speculating on it is one thing. But anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe.
Distracting others in class. Maybe it could be a series.
I think one of the things about the Bills, people feel pretty good about the Bills. And one question would be, do you think that they are flawed, or do you think that they have a flaw that might be exposed but might not? And those are not that different. Maybe they aren't different at all, or maybe they're the same. I don't know. I don't think the Bills have some fundamental flaw. I think they have a build that, like a lot of teams, there are certain things you can't be good at everything, and you and I might not love every single way the Bills have built what they've built, but you kind of have to expose yourself to a certain number of things. For instance, like give an example here. The Bills' middle linebacker is Terrell Bernard. That's a choice. Mm-hmm. He's good at what he does. There are some things he's not going to be very good at, right? He's not a big, huge physical linebacker that's going to be great in the run game. Mm-hmm. So by having Terrell Bernard, we value this player because he does this well, and we need that. What doesn't he do? We understand that. That's a choice we make. And I feel like that's a choice we could talk about with the way the Bills run offense. What are they? They want to run the ball. They want to be ball control, efficient, explosive plays in the run game, 6 offensive linemen, 2 and 3 tight ends, bully ball. And they do it really well. Mm-hmm. And what's the drawback? Well, turns out sometimes we might not have a good game right there, and if we have to go to the passing game and if we have to throw to the guys on the outside, they might not be the best guys at uncovering on the outside. I don't think it's necessarily some egregious mistake that they've made that they didn't think of. I think it might be more likely that's what they think will win. So, and comments from Joe Brady yesterday kind of drive that home. We can talk about those as well. So, we can all sit here and say, how could they not want XYZ, XYZ? It's like, well, because this is what they think is the best way to do it. I'll go back to a random comparison here, but when Ralph Kruger was playing Jeff Skinner on the 4th line, why did it happen? Because he really thought it's not, he doesn't see what this guy is. It's actually, I think this is the way that I want to win. Mm-hmm. And then we say, like, well, that's absurd. That's kind of dumb. You probably shouldn't be the coach. But in the case of the Bills, they win all the time.
There's certain things that we preach, and in the end, it comes down to it, like, guys got to be on the ground. Like, it doesn't matter if it's running back, quarterback, wide receiver, guys got to be on the ground. That's what has to happen, and certain things we can certainly do to emphasize those positions that we could potentially be in. In the end, when it comes down to it, offensive players that are carrying the ball need to be on the ground.
Bobby Babich needs better tackling from his team. It's been a consistent problem throughout. Patriots, again, in this game had yards after contact, and the Bills have struggled to get ball carriers to the ground. Zoe in Buffalo, before we get a break in and talk with Lindy Ruff. Zoe, good morning.
Hey, thanks for having me. Real quick, I just want to talk about 2 things real fast. First, I want to talk about how the referees want to just start off to control the game. They didn't want the Bills to get into a rhythm, and didn't want them to get the game out of control. Some of those first downs from James Cook, even though they were 6 yards or whatever, 8 yards, they was calling holding penalties. And some of when you look back at those replays, it was a typical play that you would see every single time, and it was the same type of run that he had run a lot. I could see how it can't be a holding, but when we looked at it, we didn't. And me saying that because it was weird that a team that's undefeated and you got the first half for a team with 80 penalties and 80 yards, and you got another team with 0. It seemed like the referee wanted to show off his biceps and his acting skills the whole time during the game because he was a little bit dramatic the way he was just performing. And another thing, even when they called illegal contact against Benford on a flea flicker, The quarterback didn't even have the ball in his hand, for God's sake, and the receiver went past 5 yards. How is that illegal contact when the running back got the ball and he's about to pitch it back to the quarterback? And the offense thing, my second point is, we're having a hard time getting the ball downfield. And it's sad to say, honestly, I think our best deep ball threat is Shavers. I think Shavers is the best deep ball threat, and I think you just need to at least give him a chance. I know you say, he's not better than this person, he can get paid that. But anything in life, sometimes you just need a shot. You've seen one-hand grabs. You've seen these wide receiver screens. You see them made it in the preseason. Okay, they're not with the one, but give him a chance. You're giving Coleman chances, and what is you getting out of that? So I'm here to listen, though.
Yeah, think so.
Yeah, I don't know that, like, if we're down to on the Shavers part of that, like our fifth string receiver being the missing piece down the field, I'm not really optimistic about that. And we got this question yesterday a little bit about the illegal contact on the flea flicker. I actually don't know the rule on that. I would assume when the running back has the ball after a handoff that the contact is legal, but then is it still legal when the ball goes back to the court? I don't know. It's a weird play. I don't think you're going to see it very often, but
yeah. Maybe
they missed that one.
On the penalty thing, I mean, the Patriots got 8 penalties called on them, too. 8 penalties and for more yards. So you could be just as frustrated as anybody about how many penalties were called, but I will not buy for a second they wanted to hurt the Bills with that. I don't have any time for, officials are out here to have a team lose on purpose or control a game. Like, it just doesn't mean anything to me. You could tell me there are too many calls, and I'll agree with that. Of course, these guys retire and then get in the booth.
Now they're on Twitter. I saw Gene Steratore is like tweeting about plays on his Twitter.
Oh, it's not enough to be on every broadcast.
He's got to get on socials.
He's got other networks. He's got to let you know about calls.
Yeah.
Listen, I just want everybody.
Did you see the moment last night?
I want everyone to attack it with the same energy about the officials ruining the game on the field. They ruined the game in the booth too.
Yeah.
Stop the glorification of officials as part of the actual sport.
The guy on ESPN really flamed everybody on Twitter, like with the, hey, refs are on the Chiefs' side yesterday, because the offensive pass interference on the first touchdown, which the refs threw the flag on, and then here comes Mahomes and Kelsey yelling at the refs, like, no, that wasn't a penalty. They pick up the flag, and the guy on ESPN's like, no, they should not have picked that flag up. They got the call right, and they shouldn't have picked it up. And then they came back from the break, and he explained why, they had it right the first time. There was no reason to pick up the flag. And, of course, what did everybody immediately do on Twitter?
They just want the Chiefs to win.
Like, yeah, right, because Mahomes and Kelsey came over and yelled at the officials, and they picked it up.
Of course, why the Chiefs won last night.
That might be actually where you want the rules analyst, though, isn't it?
No.
You don't want them there?
Never.
Like, they screwed this up. This is why.
No, it doesn't, because it doesn't change the call. I never want a rules analyst.
But if you want to be or you want to be on the Chiefs conspiracy ref train, that helps.
No. Where I want a rules analyst is in any sport that I've never seen played before. Tell me how that. I'm watching Australian rules football. Have a rules analyst tell me how it works.
You want him at the Olympics, maybe?
For a sport that I have never seen before. Yes, that's the only spot I'll actually accept a rules analyst. All right, Lindy Ruff on the other side. Sabre season starts in 2 days. NHL season opens tonight. We've got games in the NHL tonight, and the Sabres will play Thursday against the Rangers. We'll talk with the Sabres head coach coming up on the other side. And Howard picks the Bills at 8:30. He's here. He's wearing a Mets hat and a Mets. And he's just, he's just in his Mets gear. That's how it goes, I guess. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. The Bills revealed that Keon Coleman had been disciplined. Second year in a row that he's been disciplined for something and forced to miss playing time as a result. Last year, the Jacksonville game, he missed the first quarter. And this one, he misses the first drive. And it's disciplinary reasons. Not the kind of thing that we don't know why or how, what exactly it is. The Bills are, of course, going to keep that kind of thing in-house. You out there can decide for yourself how troubling you think that is, if it's an issue. The fact that it happens in year 2, I mean, one series, I don't think you're doing something too bad. Is that wild to say? You missed a series.
Maybe. I mean,
you were late to a meeting. You were 3 minutes late, and sorry, that's the standard around here. Maybe there's a good excuse. I don't care. You're gonna miss the first series.
Last year, it was revealed that the reason he was benched in the Jaguars game was because he was late to a meeting. So I don't know if, and that was a quarter that he missed against the Jaguars.
I think it was a quarter against the Jags. Yeah. I have a question. How many other things could you be disciplined for that are just little ticky-tack stuff? Meetings. You have a lot of meetings. You could be late for a meeting. That could happen.
Late for a meeting as a quarter is maybe dozing off in a meeting than a series?
I feel like dozing off would be worse.
Dozing off would be worse than being late?
Yeah. Not that we
really?
know. Yeah.
You're there.
Fair.
Maybe
you're just tired. But
right.
You're not paying attention. You're not. Who knows? Speculating on it is one thing. But anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe.
Distracting others in class. Maybe it could be a series. Stay tuned. Lindy Ruff is coming up next. The NHL season begins tonight, 5 o'clock for Chicago and Florida, the first of 3 games. Sabres open the year against the Rangers in 2 days, Thursday night at KeyBank Center. The Bills with a couple of injury updates yesterday. Sean McDermott says Matt Milano re-injured his pec injury on Sunday against the Patriots. He's currently considered week to week. Monday Night Football, the Jaguars beat the Chiefs 31-28 late. Rushing touchdown by Trevor Lawrence in the final minute sends the Jags to 4-1 and the Chiefs to 2-3. Baseball tonight, the Blue Jays going for the sweep over the Yankees. 8:08 first pitch. Toronto leads the series 2-0. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
All right, good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe, happy Tuesday. Rained out there a little bit, going to rain a little more throughout the day. Cooler temperatures as well. And tonight, the start of the NHL season, the Sabres have their home opener Thursday night at KeyBank Center against the Rangers. And we welcome in once again for a generally a weekly appearance throughout the season as hockey season's upon us. Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff joins us on the Western Hotline. Lindy, good morning. Welcome back.
Morning, gentlemen. How are we doing?
We're doing all right.
Good.
Are you excited to have hockey back in general? And do you wish that you guys had a game tonight, like to open up the season with the first slate of games? Or are you happy to kind of get a night to just sit back and maybe watch some hockey?
Well, I think where we're at, even a couple more days could make a difference for us with several players. So I'm actually happy that we get an extra couple days just for body purposes.
Yeah. Let's get to some of those injuries because there's significant injuries in goal. UPL, he left the preseason game. What's the latest on Luukkonen right now?
Feeling better, but won't be involved in our practices yet. We'll see how today goes, but he had a good day yesterday and just keep progressing.
And on the blue line, Kessle Ring, Power, Samuelson, you're kind of patching things together back there?
Yeah, if you look at it, Samuelson joined us yesterday in a non-contact sense. He'll be. It looks like he'll be back. Power should join us for practice today, so he's starting to feel real good. I wouldn't even rule him out for Thursday, so that's good news. Kessle Ring looks like he's just a little bit longer, but he's feeling better too.
Is there anybody else, Greenway maybe at this point, that you would think definitely not for Thursday?
Yeah, Greenway definitely not. He's, just coming off, the surgery he had in late July, so it probably looks like he's be a little bit more time. He's been skating, but isn't quite there yet.
With regard to Kessle Ring, Lindy, this is a new player. You guys acquire him via trade, and as we get set to start this season and see how this team is going to be built differently, look different, how does he change what you can do on the blue line? Where does he, kind of fit into the group, and how do you feel like it'll ultimately lead to better results?
Well, look at, you've got a big man that's a right-handed defenseman that moves the puck well, skates really well. Had really liked this camp and had liked what he had done in the preseason. But I think you're looking at a guy that I thought even playing with power could really give us a 3-4 pair that could be really strong for us. So I don't think it's going to be real long. I think we know what we got. We got a big guy that can play physical. Shoots the puck really well. So just got to get him back in.
Yeah. What does he do for power specifically if they are to play together a lot this year? I remember talking a lot with you last year about power and getting better at shutting plays down. Does he free up power maybe, though, to do more offensively with the puck, be more aggressive? Do you think power plays any different if him and Kessle Ring can really build chemistry?
That's a great question. I think we need consistency, out of our play in the back end. We need consistency out of Owen Power in defensive play. And Kessle Ring is in the same category. I think from a puck-moving sense, when you got a lefty-righty, moving pucks inside the offensive zone when pucks go low to high is a lot easier. I think the transition game, again, when you're not playing that offside, there are times where that part of the game is better. I think they can complement each other. But just looking for, two guys that can get accustomed to playing with each other and building from there.
The blue line in general, I think, kind of leads this. That the theme of the offseason, Lindy, seemed to be getting better defensively, keeping pucks out of your own net. Some moves on the forward group do that too. I guess, how equipped do you feel like you are at the beginning of the season with these injuries to be that team right away that is an improved unit at keeping pucks out of your own end in your own zone and shutting plays down?
Well, I think we've been better for sure. I guess the one area that still hurt us is, even as recent as last game, is a couple special teams goals that got by us. Just trying to be a lot more consistent team away from the puck, which I thought we saw some really good stuff in the first couple of games. If you look at the 6 games overall, I thought 4 of them, we kept high percentage chances down and still played a good brand of offensive hockey. Last game, I thought 45 minutes might have played our best game in camp with, a lot of our defensemen out against a pretty strong Pittsburgh team and gave up those 2 special teams goals that hurt us in the third period. So I think we're in a better place. I think we understand that we have to be a better defensive team. We have to cut the goals against down. And that's a team project. That it's not just defensemen, that's forwards tracking hard, not giving up situations that lead to our defensemen facing odd-numbered rushes and stuff like that.
On special teams, Lindy, last year it's 24th on the power play, 23rd on the penalty kill. How much of what you think you need to do to kind of, finish the job to get this team into a playoff spot is correcting things on the special teams?
Yeah, I think that's a big part. Special teams is going to be a big part of our – and I looked at the last – really looked hard at the last 50 games when we got – into a lot better place, especially with the power play. Power play, I think in the last 50 games was around 22%. I think we've come out of camp with the power play around 24%. I think the guy that it really intrigues me that we didn't have last year that can help us in both categories is Norris. Norris, good power play guy, and we really feel that he can be a top penalty killer for us. He's got length, he can skate, he's good on draws. You win a face-off penalty killing, you're probably killed off 20-plus seconds. So it's a guy that I think can help us in both categories that we didn't have last year.
How about him overall as a fit? Lindy, Sabres fans would, of course, remember the trade he's brought in last year, the Dylan Cousins trade. And Norris doesn't really play that much. I would joke to Joe in the offseason, like, remember Josh Norris? Like he is on this team. So I almost feel like every time we start to talk about him, we have to remember what kind of player he is. So how does he fit in? And, there's the face-off stuff you're mentioning on penalty kill and power play, stuff like that. But what has he done? What does he fit in with Tage Thompson, with this group of forwards, as you're looking to, get everything you can out of his game?
Yeah, I think you're looking at a guy that's a dynamic skater. We saw that in the preseason. I think the chemistry with him and Tomer, has been good. Point-wise, he had a nice preseason. Both Thompson and himself. And I think he's just, kind of touching the tip of the iceberg because it was his first full summer he's been able to train that he wasn't dealing with injuries. He got himself into, fantastic condition. I think we've seen that in the way he skated, a couple of the goals he scored, and the pace he plays at. So, it was a guy we didn't get to see much of late last year, and now we're getting him on a daily basis, and I think he's going to be a big part of our club.
Those two playing together a lot throughout the preseason. Zach Benson had a bit of an injury throughout, but he was with them as well. What have you liked about Benson that has you putting him on the top line kind of to start the year here?
Well, when you look at where we finished last year, and Benson and Kulich were playing with Thompson, and I thought Benson is great below the goal line, hanging on to pucks and making plays, and saw that again in the preseason. I think Benson's skating is even better. His tenacity, though, on the puck, I think is a good compliment for those guys. A guy that is tough to corral down low, so he can find Norris or find Thompson. And I think he's a guy that Tomer likes playing with him. I think that you find guys that kind of work off each other, and we think we found a guy that can fit in nicely. So he'll be back. He was at practice yesterday. It looks like he'll be able to play Thursday. So it'll be good to have him back too.
Yeah, I know you got this question when the team showed up to camp about, like, will this team be able to score goals and who might replace the production that J.J. Peterka's had the last couple of years. And looking at the lineup right now, I would figure that, Benson would be on this list, but him, Yuri Kulich, like some of these young guys you would be expecting to take a step from last year to this year?
For sure. I think you look at the two guys you mentioned, Cooley, had a year that I thought the second half of the year really established himself as a strong centerman and a guy that can score goals. So he's got unbelievable shot. I think another guy that, I think he scored 15 or 16 last year was Quinn, that, we think there's still upside to his game. So when you're looking at our lineup and you put Norris in there and what he can do, and then a couple of our younger guys, we're hoping that these guys can continue to be better players for us. I think we've seen some of that in the preseason. It hasn't been that we haven't been able to score. I think the last game in Pittsburgh, Kulich got a couple. Yeah, I think another guy that kind of intrigues me that just starting to, get comfortable with his zone. He's around the net. He's getting some good opportunities. I think we can easily get some goals from him that can help replace some of the goals that went out.
Lindy, on the season at large and kind of looking for, the finish line that you're trying to get to, have you set with the team, monthly goals, is it weekly? I mean, at the end of last season, it was out of every 10 games, you'd shoot for this. How have you decided to keep the big picture in picture, but also in the moment?
Well, just the realization that, if you go 3-2 and 3-2, and if you're looking at a 5-game segment and you get 6 points every 5 games, you're going to be a playoff team. The thing we're trying to hammer home is, our defensive play has to be consistent. You've got to be consistent from night to night. I think if we're consistent with that, and just you don't spend too many times or too much time laboring on a tough loss, whether you've been beat by a goaltender or maybe it's a special teams night, you didn't get it done. But if you look at trying to get that 6 or 7 points a 5-game segment, it'll put you in position where you get to be in the playoffs.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. It'll be Thursday night, KeyBank Center, Sabres and Rangers.
And lastly, Lindy, on the goaltending, we talked about the Luukkonen injury right now. How imperative is it for that plan, being better defensively, going on stretches like that to get saves this year? And how do you feel about the current trio? The team claims Colton Ellis yesterday. I don't know how much you know about him. You have experience with Alex Georgiev, Lions, the signing in the offseason. So how do you feel about your goalie room going into the year right now?
Well, again, it's the fact that we have UPL hurt right now. I thought the period that he played, he looked really good inside that. I think there's two things that go hand in hand here, Jeremy, is the fact that if we're better defensively and we're giving up less of the high-quality opportunities, it should be better for our goaltenders. And so those two things go hand in hand. And then I thought in probably 4 of the 6 games, I thought we did a pretty good job. We had maybe had lighter lineup in the Detroit game that put us in a little bit of chaos. But I think that that group of defense and forwards that are playing in front of our goaltenders have to be better on a nightly basis.
Lindy Ruff on the Western Hotline. Lindy, thanks. We'll chat next week, and best of luck to open the season.
Thanks, gentlemen. Looking forward to it.
Sabres and Rangers Thursday at KeyBank Center. The Sabres also announced, for those of you going to these games, some food options. And, Joe, they're bringing us some food options to talk about more tomorrow. I don't know if they're going to bring the 2-foot chicken parm sub, but maybe.
I would eat it. I will eat a 2-foot chicken parm sub at 9 o'clock in the morning and not be ashamed.
Will you do that this year? Will you put down a 2-foot chicken parm sub?
Will I do it?
At a game.
At a game?
2 feet of chicken parm at a game.
They're going to have to earn it.
If they would,
how about
if
this?
They score 5 in the first 2 periods?
If they're okay, I was going to say if they're in a playoff spot in the new year, sure, I'm in.
All right.
Playoff spot at the new year, I will eat a 2-foot chicken parm sub at a game.
The Big Parm Thompson, it's being called. And then there's also another Tage-based sandwich, the Tage Hero.
2 Tage sandwiches.
2 Tage sandwiches, yep.
Really?
Yep, that's right.
Josh Norris out here I couldn't get a sandwich?
We know our hot dog of the game for the first 3 games. Those have already been announced. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we got the Rangers right away. All right. I'm intrigued.
The Rangers game, it'll be a hot dog topped with pastrami, coleslaw, pickles, spicy brown mustard, and rye bread croutons.
Croutons on the hot dog, huh?
Yeah. Respectable.
All right.
Yep.
I'm willing to give that a try. That sounds like a what? Is that supposed to be a New York dog?
Yeah, I guess so.
That's like the ingredients. You wouldn't get croutons on a dog in New York.
They're introducing a Cheetos pretzel.
What?
Yeah. It's a pretzel.
Is the pretzel made of...
It's covered in Cheetos.
It's covered in Cheetos.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Cheetos.
I thought it was just one big Cheeto that was shaped
in a pretzel.
That was shaped like a pretzel.
They got a season ticket holder.
It's crumbled, crumbly Cheetos on it.
Yep. Season ticket value menu. I've seen that a little bit. Sabres Tooth Kid meals. One thing that is always great at Sabres games is the beef on weck.
Yeah.
Solid choice. Anyway, Sabres and Rangers, that'll be Thursday at KeyBank Center.
And we'll hopefully find out the goal song.
Yeah.
I say hopefully because I think we're going to need to see them score to hear what it is.
Do they not announce it ahead of time because that's an anticlimactic way to announce it? Instead, at least if you're not happy about the choice, then the goal has been scored and you're kind of distracted.
And you're happy about it?
You're happy because a goal is scored?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
If they scored if they score in the first minute of the game and the wrong song comes on, you're not going to suddenly boo.
You might, depending on the song.
No one's going to boo.
We'll see what they pick.
No one's going to boo the song.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Howard picks the Bills coming up at 8:30. We've also clipped a Nick Wright little soliloquy about the Chiefs and the Bills. And let's just say I clicked it, and I thought, I'm going to get mad about this. And then he talked for a minute, and I thought, I don't spot any lies in any of that. So we'll play that for you leading into Howard. That's coming up in a moment. Milton is on the phones, though. Milton in Buffalo, what's up? You want to talk some Bills?
Hey, how you doing?
We're good. Good morning. We're good.
Yeah, I was just going to, tell the rest of the fans, not to panic, because if you notice, the last 3 or 4 years, the fourth and the fifth game, we usually go, back-to-back losses and go on a streak. You know, I meant to call in, earlier in the week and say that. But, the last 2 games, but we went 1-1. But other than that, it's just irking because we got a team, and it ultimately goes down to the end of the year, and we usually face Kansas City. And I don't think we've done enough in the draft, far as defense, to compete. Josh Allen is always on point every year, MVP status through the playoffs. And the Bills just remind me of, when a wrestler, the bad guy wrestler is fighting Hulk Hogan, they could put him away and they don't.
Yeah.
And we need to be, more aggressive. I remember a fan called during before the draft, and he was like, watch the Bills don't do what they have to do and draft somebody like Landon Jackson. I mean, I'm not putting him down, but, yeah, the caller said that. And then we really did. And we had all these other players we could have got. We just need that really tough defense to complement Josh, so we ain't got to be having these hard attack games. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah, thanks, Milton. I sometimes like to point out last year in the AFC Championship game, the Bills score to go up 22-21 and then force a punt, a 3-and-out, and get the ball in the fourth with the lead. If you want to put them away, you got to put them away. That's, of course, where Josh turns it over on downs by not getting the first down and the controversial, earlier on that, for what it's worth, earlier on that possession. Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. Sorry here. Yeah, Josh fumbled on that possession on 4th and 1, the previous 4th and 1. You want to talk about? Yeah.
Okay.
On that possession, this gets to how they were so weird last year in that game. And is this conservative or not? So they get the ball.
Yeah.
22-21 Bills. They lead with the ball at their own 30.
Yeah.
And Ray Davis fumbles and gets it back.
Okay.
On 2nd and 1. On 2nd and 1, run, nothing. Fumble, get it back. 3rd and 1, run, nothing. 4th and 1, run. Just get over on a 4th and 1. Allen fumbles and gets it back. 2-yard run, 5-yard pass, 2-yard pass, 0-yard run. Look at that series of plays from this offense with the lead and the ball in the AFC Championship game. The plays that ended that drive go for -1, 0, 2, 2, 5, 2, 0.
Yeah.
I want to be a little better prepared this time. The good news is it might be here if that happens. All right, I'm going to play that clip from Nick Wright, the no lies detected, at least not at this moment, on the Chiefs. He did say it before they lost, but I still think it might sound right. See what Howard thinks about it as well. Howard's going to pick the Bills and, continue taking your calls here on a rainy Tuesday. We get some rain, some cooler weather. It's Jeremy and Joe on WGR. The Bills revealed that Keon Coleman had been disciplined. 2nd year in a row that he's been disciplined for something and forced to miss playing time as a result. Last year, the Jacksonville game, he missed the first quarter. And this one, he misses the first series, first drive. And it's disciplinary reasons. Not the kind of thing that we don't know why or how, what exactly it is. The Bills are, of course, going to keep that kind of thing in-house. You out there can decide for yourself how troubling you think that is, if it's an issue. The fact that it happens in year 2, I mean, one series I don't think you're doing something too bad. Is that wild to say? You missed the series.
Maybe. I mean,
you were late to a meeting. You were 3 minutes late, and sorry, that's the standard around here. Maybe there's a good excuse. I don't care. You're gonna miss the first series.
Last year, it was revealed that the reason he was benched in the Jaguars game was because he was late to a meeting. So I don't know if, and that was a quarter that he missed against the Jaguars.
I think it was a quarter against the Jags. Yeah. I have a question. How many other things could you be disciplined for that are just little ticky-tack stuff? Meetings. You have a lot of meetings. You could be late for a meeting. That could happen.
Late for a meeting as a quarter is maybe dozing off in a meeting than a series?
I feel like dozing off would be worse.
Dozing off would be worse than being late?
Yeah. Not that we
really?
know. Yeah.
You're there.
Fair.
Maybe
you're just tired. But
right.
You're not paying attention. You're not. Who knows? Speculating on it is one thing. But anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe.
Distracting others in class maybe could be a series.
I think one of the things about the Bills, people feel pretty good about the Bills. And one question would be, do you think that they are flawed, or do you think that they have a flaw that might be exposed but might not? And those are not that different. Maybe they aren't different at all, or maybe they're the same. I don't know. I don't think the Bills have some fundamental flaw. I think they have a build that, like a lot of teams, there are certain things you can't be good at everything, and you and I might not love every single way the Bills have built what they've built, but you kind of have to expose yourself to a certain number of things. For instance, give an example here. The Bills' middle linebackers, Terrell Bernard. That's a choice. Mm-hmm. He's good at what he does. There are some things he's not going to be very good at, right? He's not a big, huge physical linebacker that's going to be great in the run game. Mm-hmm. So by having Terrell Bernard, we value this player because he does this well, and we need that. What doesn't he do? We understand that. That's a choice we make. And I feel like that's a choice we could talk about with the way the Bills run offense. What are they? They want to run the ball. They want to be ball control, efficient, explosive plays in the run game, 6 offensive linemen, 2 and 3 tight ends, bully ball. And they do it really well. Mm-hmm. And what's the drawback? Well, turns out sometimes we might not have a good game right there, and if we have to go to the passing game and if we have to throw to the guys on the outside, they might not be the best guys at uncovering on the outside. I don't think it's necessarily some egregious mistake that they've made that they didn't think of. I think it might be more likely that's what they think will win. So, and comments from Joe Brady yesterday kind of drive that home. We can talk about those as well. So, we can all sit here and say, how could they not want XYZ, XYZ? It's like, well, because this is what they think is the best way to do it. I'll go back to a random comparison here, but when Ralph Kruger was playing Jeff Skinner on the 4th line, why did it happen? Because he really thought it's not, he doesn't see what this guy is. It's actually, I think this is the way that I want to win. Mm-hmm. And then we say, well, that's absurd. That's kind of dumb. You probably shouldn't be the coach. But in the case of the Bills, they win all the time.
Sean McDermott, a couple of injury updates yesterday. Matt Milano is week to week, re-injured his pec. Dorian Williams is day to day. Dorian Strong is seeing a neck specialist. He's on IR. Sean McDermott did not rule out that being a season-ending injury for him when speaking yesterday. Chiefs lose on Monday Night Football, 31-28 to the Jaguars. Trevor Lawrence with a rushing touchdown in the final 30 seconds to go to 4-1. Chiefs fall to 2-3. They play the Lions on Sunday Night Football next week. Baseball from last night. The Dodgers survive a late rally by the Phillies, 4-3 win for LA. They're up 2-0 in the series. Brewers also up 2-0 in their series with the Cubs after a 7-3 win yesterday. The Blue Jays go for the sweep over the Yankees tonight at 8 o'clock. They lead 2-0 as the series shifts back to New York. Tigers and Mariners before that at 4 o'clock. The NHL season begins tonight. 3 games, the first of which is at 5 between Florida and Chicago. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Nick Wright, before the Chiefs lost to the Jaguars last night, saying the Chiefs are still the class of the AFC, and the takeaway, the Bills don't have a defense. I would say that what you might want to say if you're a Bills fan is they don't have a defense yet. They still might get one because they have a lot of players that would come back and maybe they would add to it. Whether that's Maxwell Hairston, Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi, we'll see. Howard picks the Bills coming up this segment. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
I saw on the Leading the Charge conversation with Beauvais and Biscaglia, your panic meter is set at a 4.
Yeah.
4 out of 10.
Yeah.
All right.
That was a team panic meter, not a cornerback 2 panic meter.
Okay, where's that?
Yeah, where's that one?
9.
9. Okay.
It's a 9.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's not good.
What could make it a 10?
Yeah, right.
Another game. I mean, it's really not good. Yeah, I'm not, honestly. Why? Where would your panic meter be, boys?
For the team?
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
I was going to say 3. The reason why I bumped it to 4 was because this is 5 games in and we're still waiting for this team to play complete football games.
Yeah.
And the defense still has its moments where it looks absolutely horrible. So I kicked up another point.
My regular season
and
panic,
cornerback 2.
I don't even have a regular season panic meter.
Well, I was forced to answer the question.
The proof is 2 years ago, I bet Joe they're going to run the table and finish 11-6.
Yeah.
And they did.
They did.
Like, I don't have a regular season panic meter. So, that said, I have a low hum of doom and gloom meter about the postseason because I tend to have some concerns about the way that they might match up. But we'll get there. This game against the Patriots, I don't think it's all that shocking. Were you surprised to see Diggs do what he did to this defense?
No, because that's what he did against Carolina the week before. Diggs is healthy. He had a 100-yard game. I guess I know it's Carolina, but it's Diggs. Like, he looked exactly like he did when he was here. It was vintage Stephon Diggs. So I'm not surprised. I like May. I was a little surprised he hit so many big throws in the second half. He hit some huge throws, clutch throws.
13 of 14 in the second half.
That's phenomenal. Yeah. And how many times did it look like, not just the one with Daquan Jones draped all over him, how many times did he look like he was about to be sacked? Not only did he not get sacked, he completed the pass. He didn't just throw it away. He completed the pass. I thought he made, tremendous throws. And I get it. I think if you're the Patriots, that's a big win for them. It's a signature win for a kid in his second year. Diggs looks really good. They're definitely improved. I still think the Bills are the class of the division.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it'll go down to week 18. And I think I have them winning in Foxborough. Sorry, spoiler alert. I still think they'll win the division. But, I think New England's improved. And the division really wasn't anything to sweat out most of the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's gotten a little more interesting because the Patriots came here and won. That's a really big win for them. Those guys actually believe now, they can make the playoffs and they can fight the Bills for the division.
How active will Bean have to be before the deadline? Is corner to a corner? Is that a definite?
Yes.
And then anything else?
This is whatever year it was he got Rasul Douglas at the trade deadline.
Yeah,
he's in the same spot. They have to. I love Trey White. I do. He's one of my favorite players of all time. He can't be an every snap corner anymore.
Right.
He can't. I mean, it's just the poor guy's had so many serious injuries, and over time, he can't play the way he used to play. And there are no other options. Don't even know if Hairston is coming off the IR window at some point. That's been pointed out by Joe last night on the show. He had 4 practices. Non-padded practices, and one, I think, full practice partially, and he got hurt.
On the flip side, that does make me feel better because the story was that Tre'Davious White was ahead of him on the depth chart. But if it was only 4 practices, then that doesn't really count.
So how ready? He's going to need time. Dorian Strong, now he's out who knows how long. That leaves you Jamarcus Ingram. And Dane Jackson's on the practice squad. There is no internal answer. He's got to make a move for a cornerback. As much as I love the wide receiver discussion, and again, we can talk about how they don't have a stud that scares the crap out of people. They have to address cornerback and then hope the safeties get better.
Yeah.
Where else?
I tend to
safeties.
Agree. Yep.
That one, though, Bishop has looked fine.
He's getting better.
Largely.
Had a bad missed tackle the other night against Diggs.
Like, Taylor Rapp is bad. Like, he's a bad safety, and
he's the one that I would question they would ever take out.
But
then what do?
That's why
on
I
the depth
think
chart?
safety. I think you're gonna eat that. Like
Right.
it's just gonna be those two, and you're gonna pray that Rapp doesn't get you killed in a big spot.
Which is why you need to get another cornerback, and you hope
Yeah.
Benford, Taron Johnson, and whoever you bring in solidify that secondary, and you can overcome the safety issues.
You also might need Benford to play a little better, too.
Yeah, he didn't have a good game the other night. If he's like shut down corner, when you're on Diggs, shut him down. So, because I think the pass rush will get better when those guys come off the suspended list, when Ed Oliver's healthy.
Yep.
Honestly, I'm mentally going to get into a place where I just don't count on Matt Milano playing again because he just can't stay on the field.
Yeah.
They make a move there?
I don't.
Or is Jack Thompson
I
just...
shouldn't say I don't think so. I think he's been good. So I don't think so. I think the priority move would be cornerback, and if that's the only thing he does, I think that's the most important thing.
All of this, though, is like what Nick Wright's point was. I don't know if that was in that part of the clip, but he said like the Chiefs, like they might not have a run game right now. They can go add a running back, and poof, they probably have a decent run game.
Right, and
the
there
Bills
are
can't.
people that think Kamara would be the answer there, and they'd be very scary.
The Bills can't just add one player on defense right now and go flip a switch from bottom 15 in the league to top 10 because. Oh, they might need a linebacker. Oh, they might need a safety. They definitely need a corner.
Right.
Hopefully the defensive lineman coming back help. Like every single position on defense is
And that's a tough pill to swallow, I think, if you're the Bills GM. You know it's not necessarily all your fault. You've got injuries. You've got suspensions, Oliver being hurt. But if offseason where you spent most of it on your defense, you're at the deadline thinking, do I have to make two moves for defensive players at the deadline? Which you might want to, because even though, listen, I don't think any of us, like you said, your panic meter's a 4. I don't even have a panic meter right now. It's not the same thing as doom and gloom. It's a Super Bowl window. Right. It's a 1-seed window. You're still the favorite for the 1 seed. And if you're the 1 seed, that means you have a chance to win the whole thing. So you got to do whatever it takes at the deadline.
Right. We're not, when we talk about the Bills roster and the deadline, obviously we're not talking about the regular season. We all think they're going to make the playoffs.
Yes, and win the division
is this
and be
team
fine.
constructed good enough, well, as it is now, to actually get through the AFC, get to the Super Bowl, and win a championship? Well, defensively, no. And the problem is, that's where the Bills have lived in the Josh Allen era. Defensively, they're never good enough in the postseason. But that's why this is a really cool discussion, guys, because do you look at it and go, make multiple moves to make the defense better, or that's why you have to keep making sure the offense is elite level to help you overcome shortcomings on the defensive side of the ball?
Let's have you pick the Bills. It's a tradition unlike any other. Howard picks the Bills.
A tradition unlike any other.
He told you. Howard picks the Bills. We'll see how much he's freaking out.
It's time for Howard to pick the Bills.
What's the spread on this game?
8.5.
Yeah, I don't think the Bills will cover. I think they'll win. Don't follow my betting advice.
Back to pass. Allen has time. Pumps, fires over the middle, and it's picked off. Intercepted by Marcus Jones. Here's the snap. Hold is down. Kick is plenty long enough, and it is good. And the Bills are in deep trouble now.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
There's very good news about this week's game against the Atlanta Falcons. Monday Night Football. Very good news.
7 o'clock start.
Yes, that is exactly what I was going to say.
Love it.
7:15 start.
Very good for
Is it
people
because
to get
there's
up
a
early.
there's a double header?
Yeah.
There must be.
Well, there's an 8 o'clock game. Bears Command? No, somebody in the Commanders.
Bears Commanders. All right.
Commanders?
The Hail Mary replay or rematch.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Bills at Falcons.
Yeah. I'm going to pick the Bills. I don't want to overdo like recency bias for their Falcons game when they exploded before the bye week. I maybe a little nervous, especially in light of our discussions on the Bills defense, but I'll take the Bills to win.
Bills win, beat the Falcons. Falcons have been good this year, mostly, and then they just had that. They got shut out by Carolina.
It was like the worst performance of a team this year.
But they came back and looked really good against Washington.
Yeah, right. All right, Bills at Panthers.
I saw a decent chunk of Carolina, Miami.
They
on the
were
red zone.
left for dead down
oh my God. It was
17-0.
and you're sitting there going, this is going to be like the Denver game that Miami had a few years ago.
Yeah. Are you in a Rico Dowdle fear bunker for this game?
Yeah, you know what? No.
No, because Miami's going to let everyone do that to them all year.
Yeah.
Yes, Miami's defense is a disaster.
I really am not. I am actually more so, Bryce Young is not good.
No,
like,
he is not.
Really bad, fellas.
That should be over.
He can't complete basic passes for an NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
I'll take the Bills.
All right, Bills. Bills win. And after
Kansas
Carolina,
City.
it is Kansas City here at Buffalo.
Went to bed last night when Trevor Lawrence threw the interception in the fourth quarter thinking, here we go again.
Okay.
Woke up this morning.
After his receiver got hit in the play before the ball was even thrown.
Joe, don't cloud the discussion.
Sorry.
Got up this morning, recorded the game, went back to watch it. That was really fun.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I'm obviously very worried about the Chiefs' offense, which put up 465 yards last night against the Jags defense that wasn't playing that badly going into the game. I'm going to keep it a win for now.
Okay.
But let me see how the Chiefs do against the Lions. I might adjust that.
Fair enough. The Chiefs and the Bills, for this matchup, I tell you all the time, this is one that if you pick the Chiefs to win, people wouldn't get mad. Because, all right, just beat them in the regular season. Or lose in the regular season and beat them in the playoffs.
Right.
The other thing I was going to say, last year the Chiefs were 11-0 in one-score games.
Yeah.
And this year they're 0-3.
0-3.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
if I could go back in time and tell you last year, like, hey, listen, regression's coming.
Yeah.
But next year. It's coming next year. And the good news is that means you don't have to go to Arrowhead next year because the regression is coming. 0-3 in one-score games.
Right.
Bills at Dolphins.
What are the odds? When does McDaniel get fired? I take it he's...
Before then.
Okay. I'll take the Bills to beat Miami.
Bills win.
Yes.
All right. Bills hosting the Bucks.
Baker Mayfield is having an MVP-type season.
Yes, he is.
And he's doing it with a banged-up offensive line. Has he had a game yet where Godwin and Evans have both been together?
No, but it hasn't mattered because Igbukah is like a top 10 receiver in the league already.
So the Bills will cover him just fine.
But by the time the Bills play him, they might have Igbukah, Godwin, and Evans.
Yeah, that'll go well. I will take the Buccaneers to win the game.
Bucks win. Did you see the clip of Baker Mayfield trash talking a Seattle fan?
Oh, yeah.
No.
So it's
Getting
a fan was going at Baker. They're in the tunnel coming out, and he and Baker are like yelling at each other and talking trash. And then on the way into the locker room after the Bucks won the game, he went and found the guy and talked trash to him again.
Oh, that is classy.
Baker's a legend.
I
He's
love
the
it.
best.
That's so. Did he plant the flag? No, I forgot.
All right,
he did
in Ohio State.
No, I mean in Seattle the other day.
Yeah. All right, so you picked the Bucks.
Yes.
At
Bucks
Houston
win.
is next.
Bills at Texans.
All right, so this is weird. I'm gonna make the pick, and you're gonna say that's a terrible idea, and you're overreacting to what they did against a Baltimore team that had the three of us on defense. But I'm gonna take Houston right now.
Wow.
I know. I think that's. I'm gonna admit, I think that's a bad pick, but.
How does it look, I guess, would be my
How does it? It would have to
question.
be like a slop-filled performance like the Bills had against the Patriots.
Because Houston's got probably a good defense and a bad offense,
Yeah, I'm
but
not
maybe
sold.
the bad offense looks good against bad defenses.
I'm not sold on their. Like I said, Baltimore had just ravaged on the defensive side of the ball. So that's. I don't want to get. Like I said, I'm admitting. I think it's a bad pick, but I'm not in a happy place this week because of Sunday night.
Listen,
That's a Thursday game, too. This could be weird.
Short week, road game.
This is a bad pick, but I'm going to make it.
But I'm going to make it anyway.
All right.
At least being honest.
Bills at Steelers.
I'll never pick the Bills to lose that game. It doesn't matter. The Bills could put the JV on the field. I refuse to pick the Steelers to win.
Fair enough.
Love it.
Bills hosting the Bengals with Jake Browning, and they're evaluating quarterback. I mean, are they going to make a move?
I think there's a different quarterback starting that game in December.
Who's next up in Cincinnati?
Browning. By the way, Jake Browning, who was the quarterback at the end of the game that is the only Jags loss of the year.
Yeah.
They lost to Cincinnati with Jake Browning.
right.
I think Cousins might be the move for them.
Oh, they're going to trade?
Something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll take the Bills.
Bills over the Bengals. Bills at Patriots.
Revenge game.
Is it for the division? Are they still in the race?
I bet the Patriots are still in the race. Their schedule's not that bad. I would say they're still hanging around, but I'll take the Bills to win, and that would give them nice breathing room. Let's put it that way.
Yep.
All right. Bills at Browns.
I'll take the Bills. I just hesitated because the Browns' defense makes me nervous, but the Browns' offense is trash.
Okay. Bills home against the Eagles. Who are very different from the Bills, by the way.
Yeah.
They are 4-1.
Yeah.
And their fans are saying it doesn't look right, but they actually are bad at explosive plays. The Eagles are 29th in the league at explosive plays.
Right. A.J. Brown's unhappy. The other day, Barkley had 6 carries.
Yeah.
6. And they were leading 17-3 at some point where you go, hey, let's just run Saquon here and bury this game. How does he get 6 carries in a game?
You find out that in a number of fantasy leagues, I decided to go in on Saquon Barkley this year at auctions and all that. So then you decide, like, oh, okay, now he's bad.
You're a jinx.
Yes.
He did have like a 40-yard touchdown catch.
He had 3 catches and a touchdown, but you got to give him the ball. You got to give him more carries. 6 times. I'll take the Eagles, though.
All right, Eagles. Eagles over Bills.
So it's 4 losses going into the
That's
finale.
right. And then Jets at Bills, red helmets.
Are the Jets the worst football team in the league
Is
right
it
now?
possible they could just not win a game this season?
No.
Okay.
They're
how many?
They'll win
3.
1.
Man, they look.
They're beyond bad.
They'll beat Miami.
I
They'll
think
beat
if
Miami.
you say they are going to win 1, it is possible they go 0-17.
Yeah, they're gonna beat Miami in a give-up game. Miami will cash it in.
All right.
Even by Jets standards, this is really bad.
Yeah, they are
football.
uncompetitive.
Both sides of the ball. I mean, they're doing absolutely nothing, and you watch them. They take penalties. They make bonehead plays.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just embarrassing how bad that franchise is right now. I'll take the Bills.
All right. 13-4.
13-4.
That should be the 1 seed.
Yeah,
it's already.
I would think so,
Baltimore
yeah.
already has that many losses. Kansas City already has 3.
And he picked them to beat
And they'll
Kansas
beat
City.
them.
Unless you think the Colts or the Steelers are winning 13 games, that's the 1 seed.
Chargers, Broncos, I don't think so.
Do I want to entertain the Colts as an idea here?
They can't
To win
sustain,
13
right?
games?
Well,
they could be great, but
in their
man,
division, they should.
Listen,
Well, they got to play Jacksonville.
they play. If you're looking for,
They never win in Jacksonville, by the way.
find the Colts 3-4 more losses.
yeah.
Chargers, Chiefs, Seahawks, 49ers.
Okay.
I mean, the Jags
Yeah, they'll lose.
and the Texans.
They'll lose 4 more games.
And they might. They might.
That's probably the 1 seed.
You're welcome, fellas.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sure.
Thanks.
Nice to see everything
Love
all
it.
right?
Yeah, you know.
I see your son's a soccer star.
Yeah. Scored his first goal.
I saw the video.
I mean, granted, it's a scrimmage, and there's not a lot of defending or goalie.
But he ran the field.
Is there a goalie, though?
But the net is small.
The net is
Okay.
small,
That
but
is
there
very
was
small.
nobody in the net.
That's
But he
right.
did go coast to coast.
He did.
Like he did a Connor
Right.
McDavid where he
Yep.
circled around his own net and then went the other way.
That's
well,
right.
I mean, with that hair, I mean, he was bound to.
He was flying
It
up
was,
the
a,
field.
it was a resolute finish as well.
I was impressed.
Yeah. How about you? Who are you rooting for in the baseball playoffs?
Nobody.
Not the Jays?
Jays?
Come on.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, the Jays.
Anybody who plays the Yankees and anybody who plays the Phillies. But I will root for the Jays.
What would be your most interesting World Series?
Ooh. Jays, Phillies, the Mitch Williams rematch?
Oh, wow, that would be pretty funny. I
Joe
would think
Carter, Mitch
Jays,
Williams?
Dodgers.
Jays, Dodgers?
Dodgers with all their star power.
Okay.
And the Jays.
Everyone would have a clear rooting interest probably in that one, too. Everyone would be going on Toronto, I would think.
Oh, God, yeah. Who roots for
Obviously.
the Dodgers?
Are you watching these games or just like stewing and being mad about it?
I cannot. I can't.
All right.
It's too. It's
the Jays
still
are
too fresh.
Jays are
I
fun.
did watch. I did actually turn on the Jays Yankees game. Jonathan was texting me, like, "You can't believe what's happening right now, Dad." I'm like, "Really? I'm watching Red Zone."
Because the Jays are just pouring it on?
You should. It's 2-0. It's 5-0. Oh my God, Vladdy hit a grand slam.
slam.
I'm like, so you know what? I'm going to watch the game. So I actually had football on my phone and baseball on the TV.
Yeah. All right. Seattle, Detroit today at 4:08, and then Blue Jays, Yankees at 8:08 tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure the crowd in the Bronx will be in a good mood.
They boo their own team?
Oh God, yeah. Well, not right away.
If they're getting swept,
If they
down
give
like
up the
7-0.
first few runs,
Yeah.
it'll get nasty.
Yeah.
You're going to hear chants
Fire
about
Boone
Boone getting
chants,
fired.
yeah.
You're going to hear a bunch of bad stuff in New York.
Oh, I
if
can't
this thing
wait.
gets out of
That
control.
sounds exciting. That sounds great. I might
Must
tune in.
see TV.
I might check that out.
Yeah.
Thanks, Howard.
All right, fellas.
Howard picks the Bills. 13-4, the final count there. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. When we return, the stat of the day for you on the Chiefs and on the new best receiver in football. You know, on special teams, Lindy, last year it's 24th on the power play, 23rd on the penalty kill. How much of what you think you need to do to kind of, finish the job to get this team into a playoff spot is correcting things on the special teams?
Yeah, I think that's a big part. Special teams is going to be a big part of our. And I looked at the last, really looked hard at the last 50 games when we got into a lot better place, especially with the power play. Power play, I think in the last 50 games was around 22%. I think we've come out of camp with the power play around 24%. I think the guy that it really intrigues me that we didn't have last year that can help us in both categories is Norris. Norris, good power play guy, and we really feel that he can be a top penalty killer for us. He's got length, he can skate, he's good on draws. You win a face-off penalty killing, you're probably killed off 20-plus seconds. So it's a guy that I think can help us in both categories that we didn't have last year.
How about him overall as a fit? Lindy, Sabres fans would, of course, remember the trade he's brought in last year, the Dylan Cousins trade. And Norris doesn't really play that much. I would joke to Joe in the offseason, like, remember Josh Norris? Like, he is on this team. So I almost feel like every time we start to talk about him, we have to remember what kind of player he is. So how does he fit in? And, there's the face-off stuff you're mentioning on penalty kill and power play, stuff like that. But what has he done? What does he fit in with Tage Thompson, with this group of forwards, as you're looking to, get everything you can out of his game?
Yeah, I think you're looking at a guy that's a dynamic skater. We saw that in the preseason. I think the chemistry with him and Tomer, has been good. Point-wise, he had a nice preseason. Both Thompson and himself. And I think he's just, kind of touching the tip of the iceberg.
Let's get to some of those injuries, because there's significant injuries in goal. UPL, he left the preseason game. What's the latest on Luukkonen right now?
Feeling better, but won't be involved in our practices yet. We'll see how today goes. But he had a good day yesterday, and just keep progressing.
And on the blue line, Kessle Ring, Power, Samuelson. You're kind of patching things together back there.
Yeah, if you look at it, Samuelson joined us yesterday in a non-contact sense. He'll be. It looks like he'll be back. Power should join us for practice today, so he's starting to feel real good. I wouldn't even rule him out for Thursday, so that's good news. Kessle Ring looks like he's just a little bit longer, but he's feeling better too.
Is there anybody else, Greenway maybe at this point, that you would think definitely not for Thursday?
Yeah, Greenway definitely not. He's, just coming off, the surgery he had in late July. So it probably looks like he's be a little bit more time. He's been skating, but isn't quite there yet.
All right, everybody, good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Late morning for us, still early morning for a lot of you. Rainy today. Chiefs lost last night, and
it might not sound like that this morning because they did look good.
Yes, they did, offensively.
They're losing one-score games.
They are, 0-3. So what did I tease? I had two things for you.
The best receiver in the league.
Stat of the day, and the maybe best receiver in football. So the Chiefs had won 23 straight games, including playoffs, when leading by 14 or more. And they were up 14-0 in that game last night. And they lost 31-28.
The Jags.
Liam Cohen and the Jags. 3 weeks ago, it was he and Trevor Lawrence are at odds. Is this sustainable? Oh, my goodness, calling out your quarterback. Now 4-1 beat the Chiefs. You're off and running. Let's go.
Yeah. By the way, every game I watch, Travis Hunter is better at corner than he is a wide receiver. Like, every game. I don't know. He's not doing anything on offense.
Yeah.
He made one good play yesterday.
One other note. Yards per route run is a decent receiver metric used for, like, how often are you on the field and when you run versus your yards and all that. Like, your production put against playing time.
Yep.
Tyreek Hill, the last couple of years when he was amazing, 3.2, 3.8. There's a 1,700-yard season in there. Cooper Kupp had an amazing season at 3.1. This year at 4.1 yards per route run, Jackson Smith-Njigba.
He's amazing. Yeah.
Former future Bills receiver Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Yeah, he's an elite receiver in the
He's
league.
great. He's great. Yep. And, yeah, that's it. Just had those two stats for you. Wide open on the other side, 803-0550. I think I start talking about names who are going to be available at corner. And I guess the question you'd have to ask yourself, Brandon Bean would have more information on this than we would. But you out there, do you think just waiting to see on Hairston is a good enough plan? Don't make a move. The answer's in the building. Hope it's Hairston. Again, they would know his health. They might know his timelines a little bit better. But your first-round pick is there, and he's obviously talented. Is that enough? 803-0550 to join us on WGR. I think one of the things about the Bills, people feel pretty good about the Bills. And one question would be, do you think that they are flawed, or do you think that they have a flaw that might be exposed but might not? And those are not that different. Maybe they aren't different at all, or maybe they're the same. I don't know. I don't think the Bills have some fundamental flaw. I think they have a build that, like a lot of teams, there are certain things you can't be good at everything, and you and I might not love every single way the Bills have built what they've built, but you kind of have to expose yourself to a certain number of things. For instance, give an example here. The Bills' middle linebackers, Terrell Bernard. That's a choice. Mm-hmm. He's good at what he does. There are some things he's not going to be very good at, right? He's not a big, huge physical linebacker that's going to be great in the run game. Mm-hmm. So by having Terrell Bernard, we value this player because he does this well, and we need that. What doesn't he do? We understand that. That's a choice we make. And I feel like that's a choice we could talk about with the way the Bills run offense. What are they? They want to run the ball. They want to be ball control, efficient, explosive plays in the run game, 6 offensive linemen, 2 and 3 tight ends, bully ball. And they do it really well. Mm-hmm. And what's the drawback? Well, turns out sometimes we might not have a good game right there, and if we have to go to the passing game and if we have to throw to the guys on the outside, they might not be the best guys at uncovering on the outside. I don't think it's necessarily some egregious mistake that they've made that they didn't think of. I think it might be more likely that's what they think will win. So, and comments from Joe Brady yesterday kind of drive that home. We can talk about those as well. So, we can all sit here and say, how could they not want XYZ, XYZ? It's like, well, because this is what they think is the best way to do it. I'll go back to a random comparison here, but when Ralph Kruger was playing Jeff Skinner on the 4th line, why did it happen? Because he really thought it's not, he doesn't see what this guy is. It's actually, I think this is the way that I want to win. Mm-hmm. And then we say, well, that's absurd. That's kind of dumb. You probably shouldn't be the coach. But in the case of the Bills, they win all the time.
The AFC right now, could it not be going any better around them? Look, because there are teams that look good and have had good starts to the year, but they're not teams that I consider real threats to the Bills when we get to the biggest, most important games. The teams with one loss in the AFC right now, tell me if you're afraid of any of these teams beating the Bills in a critical playoff game. Indianapolis with Daniel Jones.
Nope.
They look good. No doubt, they look good. But right, Daniel Jones in a big spot.
Right.
Decent team. They've not beaten anybody great yet, but not bad. This is a good start for them. Pittsburgh at 1 loss.
No chance.
No, nobody's going to think that team, this is the NFL. New England beat the Bills. Anybody could come in and beat the Bills. It's possible. But you wouldn't expect Pittsburgh to win a game like that.
No.
And then you have Jacksonville, which even, again, last night, they win. They still look rocky. They still have these mistakes. Lawrence is so up and down. But there they are.
Jeremy White here.
Those are your 3 one-loss teams right now.
Right.
Your 2-loss teams are the Chargers, Broncos, and Patriots. I think those teams are pretty good. I respect the Chargers, but they don't have their line.
Exactly. I 2 games into the season was scared of the Chargers.
Yep.
And now with the line issues just piling up for them, I don't see them having the protection and the running attack needed. Hampton's out now. They're going to be struggling a little bit, I think. And that defense is really good. And I think the Bills might struggle on offense against that defense, but I think they'd find a way because they've got Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way about this conference right now, where it's like, who's the best team other than the Bills in this conference?
Yeah,
and
right.
How close are they to the Bills?
Updates on the Bills yesterday. Sean McDermott saying that Matt Milano is considered week to week after he re-injured his pectoral muscle on Sunday against the Patriots. Also, linebacker Dorian Williams, one of his backups, is day-to-day with a knee injury. And Dorian Strong, meanwhile, Bills rookie corner, who was placed on IR, is going to see a neck specialist. Sean McDermott would not rule out that is season-ending when asked about it yesterday. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Last night on Monday Night Football, Jaguars over the Chiefs, 31-28. Jags go to 4-1 on the year. Chiefs fall to 2-3, which is a game back of both Denver and the Chargers in their own division. Hockey starts tonight. 3 games, starting with Panthers and Blackhawks. That will be at 5 o'clock. And then 8 o'clock for Penguins and Rangers, 10:30 for the late game involving the LA Kings tonight. And the Kings play against the Avalanche. Baseball, Blue Jays look for the sweep tonight over the Yankees. That's just after 8 o'clock in New York. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
All right, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. We want to get you something from Joe Brady today because at his press conference, he was asked about Sean McDermott saying the offense got cute, right? Something McDermott said, he got cute. So one follow-up there. We'll get you that highlight on what Joe Brady had to say about that because I think it is interesting. And also yesterday, I'd said a bunch of times that I'd seen it written out that Sean McDermott said we have to have honest conversations.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't say that. He said honest with ourselves, I guess is what he said. So clarification there. But that kind of lends into this thing that Brady said yesterday. So, Dan, we've got the Brady clip about he's asked about the offense getting too cute or getting cute. Wait, hold on a second. We'll get there. So there's Joe Brady on Were You Too Cute? Interesting, he tells us that we were going to do a flea flicker on the first takeaway. Like right away on the first takeaway.
Right, whenever that happens.
Sudden change of possession, we're doing a flea flicker.
But yeah, like...
Which did work to a degree. It didn't really I mean, I want to almost put flea flicker into not a trick play. It's really not that much of a trick play.
It's about as soft a trick play.
It is
as
the
it happens.
tamest trick play there is. It is a trick snap.
Right.
It's a trick exchange.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't happen enough though to where like a jet sweep 15 years ago was probably considered a trick play.
Okay.
But now it happens so regularly that you couldn't possibly call it a trick play.
Right.
I think flea flicker is still rare enough to where it would. Because how often do you see flea flicker? Once a week in the league?
I saw 2 on Sunday night.
Oh, wait, New England ran one too. That's right.
As soon as New England runs one, don't you say, we can't.
All right, I guess, 2 in one day.
In all honesty, if New England ran that in practice, then the new guy coming back from New England would have seen a flea flicker in practice.
I've thought for years, the least expected time to run a fake punt is right after you've just run a fake punt.
Right.
So I guess this would qualify in the same respect. But that's him disagreeing with the head coach, isn't it?
Yes. The coach called it cute, and he says, I don't think we were cute.
Yeah.
And what's the head coach upset about?
I would agree that the Dawson Knox handoff is absolutely getting too cute when your quarterback is Josh Allen.
I mean, that's a tight end handoff. Well,
but not even
what's cute
not
about
even that athletic of a tight end by like what you have available.
I'm ready to go deep in on cute. I don't think you're allowed to call smash plays cute. A handoff to a big strong guy can't be cute.
But it's a handoff to him around the edge, right? Like he's running to the edge.
It's not even that hard.
Just because you picked the slow guy, I guess, one of the slow guys.
It's just not that hard. If there's a pitch out to who fumbled the ball earlier this week? O'Marion Hampton fumbled on a pitch.
Yeah.
Or who was it 2 weeks ago where Justin Herbert got charged with a fumble because there was it was Hampton, I think, against the Giants maybe. Anyway, I'm just getting at.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a handoff. It's not that cute. It's just a handoff.
Right.
And what's the goal of that play? To get 7 yards, to get 10 yards? He's even talking about how you get a look on a safety now. Dawson Knox is out running in space. That's the Bills. Everything, so much of what they do is an extension of just running the ball, right? They want
it's a run play.
It's a run play.
Yeah, it's a run play.
They want to run the ball, and run plays are almost never cute. Run plays are hardcore.
It is, though, when you're handing off to a player that doesn't take handoffs. And that's how it fumbles. How many handoffs have Josh Allen and Dawson Knox had together in their 7 years of being Bills?
Not many. I mean, listen,
is it even one?
Throwing the ball to Dawson Knox this year, there have been a couple of drops. So maybe you want to just get him feeling better. You want to get a handoff, and it didn't work because you dropped it. But I don't know. I end up thinking about this offense that they're just so run-oriented. Here's McDermott upset they didn't run the ball enough. They didn't run it downhill enough. They didn't run it very well.
Yeah.
And screens might as well be runs. I got a handoff to the tight end that was a fumble.
That was going to be Dawson Knox's first attempt since his rookie season 6 years ago.
All right. Was that play cute?
That's what I mean. Like, I'm giving a rush attempt to a player who hasn't had a rush attempt in 6 years.
Everybody eats. Isn't everybody eats cute? Is that
well? If you're trying to get everybody involved,
is that cute
on purpose?
Is that getting too cute?
I think so, because I think in that game, the way it was going, if you're not trying to force things and you're just going to who is open, which is, I think, its core, everybody eats is supposed to mean, is I don't care who's open, I'm just throwing it to the open guy. Well, in that game, what happens when only one guy's getting open?
Kincaid.
And that was Kincaid.
6 for 6 for 108.
And when I'm forcing the ball to other people just in the name of getting everybody involved, then I think you could absolutely call it that.
Yeah. Well,
because that is a lot of what this game felt like. I'm forcing screens over here to this guy. I'm giving Knox a handoff over here. I'm doing this with Coleman, and meanwhile, like jump balls that aren't open at all. And meanwhile, Kincaid's just running open.
Right.
And getting 6 targets on 40 passes.
This all kind of gets to like zoom out, bigger picture things. It almost sounds like an off-season show about the Bills.
Little bit.
And what I want to get to is like, I don't mind everybody eats at all. I just always like to point out that they did everybody eats when Diggs was on the team too. Right. When they were trying to set the record for most guys catching a touchdown in a season, they were trying to break their own record from before.
I wondered, by the way, if that's what Diggs meant when this game was personal at all.
Yeah, sure.
Like, what? Listen, over here, since I left, they've not said this directly
but
about
they made
Diggs,
their
but-
identity that they're better because he's gone.
Right, and that now we can spread the ball all over the place.
right.
And I don't know, if I were Stephon Diggs, I might look at that and say, you guys blaming that all on me?
Yes.
Did Cole Beasley not have 100 catches in the season when I was here? Like, did we just forget about that? Like, I thought maybe that's what he meant when he took it personal, but we don't really. He also just could have made it personal.
I think that's
he's playing his old team.
Totally right. Listen, Diggs, as part of his post game, even referenced the picture of him in Houston. It looks like he's side-eyeing Josh. This is how you know Diggs is online. Diggs is online. He's posting on Twitter.
Right, yeah.
He sees that, and he spoke on it. He said, I wanted to speak about that because I see that picture all the time. So if Diggs is following the Bills at all, and if anybody's following the Bills, of course, their last year, the whole thing was about how they proved they can do it without him. And that's always been part of my little resentment about how he is sometimes remembered. Like, they won 1 million games with that dude. You'd point to their record without Diggs. Their record with Diggs was, 57-22 or whatever. They won all these division titles with him as well, and now they continue to win. And I just feel like right now, I don't know, maybe we're in a spot where it's after a loss, and like I said, sounds like an off-season show. What do they got to do better? They're going to probably beat the Falcons and be fine, and they got to fix their defense. They really do have to fix this defense.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
there's on that everybody eats thing, there's a season in here where a Diggs team, where he played every game, where your running back, Devin Singletary, had 50 targets. Gabe Davis had 63. Dawson Knox, your tight end, had 71. Your third receiver, Emmanuel Sanders, had 72. And Cole Beasley had 112.
Right. Everybody ate.
Everybody ate.
It happened all the time when he was here.
Right. So I don't know. I just won't want to force everybody eats. And maybe they were doing that on Sunday. Because I think Sunday was an opportunity for one guy is playing great. And funnel it to him. Yeah. Get it to that guy. And instead, they're handing it off to his backup.
Alan in the car. Hey, Alan, good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing? I got a couple comments, and maybe you can shed some light on it. First of all, in Atlanta and Carolina, there's probably going to be more Bills fans there than their home team fans.
Carolina, I think for sure, there's a really great chance.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about Atlanta.
Atlanta will be a good number, but I don't know.
Carolina definitely.
Atlanta's having a fun year, I think.
I can't find any seats to go at all the packages. Anyway, my other point is this. What drives me nuts is you get Allen down at the 27, the Bills, 2:46 to go. My whole thought was run the ball. I know they were stopped. Put Cooks in and just have Allen or Cooks run the ball, see where you get, maybe on third down and throw it. But no quarterback does it. Mahomes is at the goal line last night, 1 yard line. He throws a pick six, and you have Kareem Hunt who's eating up the game. I don't get that, and maybe you guys could shed some light on it. It drives me crazy. In the KC playoff game, we get down there, let Andy Reid take the timeouts, run the ball. See what you get. You have a great running back. If we didn't have a good running game, I could see the Patriots.
Wait! You're mixing so many games here. What game do you want the Bills to run it and Andy Reid to use his timeouts?
It's just my thought on the playoff Chiefs game. They should have did the same.
Which
thing.
one?
Gunslinger. Go.
You mean the divisional game here?
Yeah, the playoff game. And then this game yesterday or Sunday. Just run the football. You're at the 27.
They couldn't run it. They were really bad at running the ball on Sunday. They couldn't run the ball.
Yeah, but it could. Yeah, but at that time it could change. They could play a different D. The Patriots aren't a great team. It's not like we're playing a Super Bowl team. But that's just my thought. But why doesn't Mahomes run the ball at the 1.5 yard line?
And to answer your question, on 1st and 10 at the 27 against the Chiefs in that game, they ran James Cook for a yard. Then it's 2nd and 9.
Yeah, but then they come. But and going back to that other game, to the New England game, that third down. If Hockley's going to call all these flags, his crew, they go from one half to, they seem to have a mix. They either call on one team, and then the next half they call on another team. I don't know if you guys ever commented on that, but that against Shakir, I think it was. He was pass interfered on that third.
He probably was.
I mean, Sunday though, to your point, how they tried to run the ball, both teams did early in the game. New England tried to run. Do you know how many times they had a fullback in the game? They were I formation exclusively for their first couple of drives. All the talk that Diggs had an amazing game. It didn't happen right away. Diggs had a catch on the first play of the game. He didn't have another catch until their fourth drive. Mm-hmm. So they went away from him because they were trying to run it.
Well, what they figured out was something that I think everyone is going to figure out about this Bills defense, which is a lot of headlines that they can't stop the run, but they're not good against the pass.
And eventually, this has kind of happened to the Bills too. They did stop the run. New England wasn't running the ball well, and the running backs were fumbling on top of that, which was inevitable.
Yeah.
So what did they decide to do? All right, let's open it up. Let's start passing. They're down. Well, they're up 13-10 in the second half, and you know what they did on a drive that started at their own 10-yard line? They threw the ball 8 straight times with Drake May and didn't run it until they were inside the Bills' 10-yard line. They marched down the field with 8 straight passes.
Remember that?
They opened it up because they weren't running the ball well. And the Bills did the same thing. That's what they tried to do, at least, is, hey, the Cook runs aren't really happening. He's averaging 3 yards an attempt. Ray Davis isn't doing anything if we put him out there. So we got to throw it. I think that's what you do. The Chiefs did that last night, by the way. Same thing. Actually, they were running the ball well, and they still decided to pass the ball.
Yep.
So, especially when it's not working, I wouldn't just keep throwing James Cook into 2 yards in a cloud of dust every time because you want to be stubborn about it.
On the officials, I mean, I'm going to tell you, this is going to be unsatisfying and answer for a lot of you out there. I view officials like traffic lights. I think complaining about them is useless, and I don't even really bother. I'm sorry you got a bunch of red lights today. I don't think the light was out to hurt you. I think it just happened that way. Are some lights worse than others? Yeah. This light's terrible. I'm stuck here all day. I hate this light. I avoid this light. Mm-hmm. Great. That's Sean Hocula if you want it. You can't convince me.
I did see a crazy stat that every primetime game he's ever had has gone on the under.
Okay.
But that's on both sides, right? That's great. He's calling penalties on both sides. He shows up to a primetime game. He's calling a lot of
penalties on the Patriots for 93 yards.
Yeah.
I don't really care. I know that there can be bad calls. I have accepted that. Officials are trying to ruin my life, and I don't give them the airtime to, complain about them too much. Mike in the car. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. 2 things. One, first of all, you were talking about we had the ball first and 10 at the 27 with 2:46 left, and the wide receiver screen, which just doesn't work, gets called. And
so on that play,
crazy.
Mike, real quick on that play, I was listening to Joe Marino, who we'll talk to tomorrow, and he put that play on Allen. Said you have to get out of the play. So they call a wide receiver screen. Why? Because it's an extension of the run game. It's safe. They like those plays. They feel like they get 4 yards for free, and sometimes Shakir breaks one because he's so good after the catch.
Which he did last week.
Right, that's right. He did. Yeah. And in this play, when they line up, Allen's got to see it's not going to be there. Get out of the play. And he didn't. He threw it. He threw it to Shakir, and Shakir dropped it, which is probably for the best. But whatever.
But how many times have we lost 2 or 3 or 4 yards on that play? But the second point is that who was the best player on the field for the Bills the whole game? 6 receptions, 6 targets, 108 yards.
Yeah, it's Kincaid.
He's not out there on second down.
Yeah. Well,
2nd and 10 with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game. Your best player who's been getting open every time isn't on the field. And that's just inconceivable to me.
Thanks, Mike.
I think it's a big question on how that's going to go the next couple of weeks. Will that change at all? Why hasn't it already? If he is breaking out, then shouldn't he be earning more, both in terms of playing time and in terms of the ball coming his way? Because I think the answer to that question should almost definitively be yes.
The same way that Cook is now getting a lot more.
But instead what I'm getting is this continuation of everybody's got their role. We have this plan. So Dalton Kincaid, you were the best player in the field for us today, not named Josh Allen. You played 54% of the snaps. Why? Because that's what we do. Where is the adjustment in, hey, he's having a day? Maybe keep him out there on every single play. A lot of the top tight ends in the league do not leave the field, ever. So I know it's only one play, and I don't want to go nuts over one play when they had the 3rd down after, but top tight ends in the league on 2nd and 10 driving with the tie ball game do not come off the field, and the Bills took him off the field.
Yeah.
And I think he is earning the right to stay on the field every single one of those plays. Maybe he checked himself out, by the way. I don't want to just put it all on them. But I don't want to assume that he checked out when this is what it's been. Here are his snap counts on offense every game this year.
Give me percentages.
By percentages. Week 1, 50.6. Not enough. Week 2, 48. Week 3, 55.0. Week 4 against New Orleans, 37.3%. And then last week against New England, 54%.
So his high mark is 54?
55.
55?
That's the highest he's been all year.
Let me give you some snap counts for some other tight ends that you'd consider to be great, maybe. Like I got Tyler Warren.
Okay.
73.
He's a rookie.
Yeah,
right.
Rookie. 73, 93, 68, 89, 71.
Okay.
Kelsey, who is
old.
Washed. 84, 77, 74, 66, 80.
Yep. Here's Trey McBride. 97, 91, 87, 95, 89.
Jake Ferguson, 77, 73, 57, 78, 55. Like other tight ends bottom out at his top. Goddard, 83, 91, 75, 79.
I mean, can we just say the quiet part out loud about what really all this is? The Bills have a Dawson Knox problem.
Well, they might
he is not bad, but he is not their best tight end, and he is blocking their best tight end right now. Right?
Well, what Knox
who goes on the field for him in second and 10? It's him.
And especially if you're hearing more that like Kincaid is getting better at blocking and being more willing and appears to have bulked up. Did they want him to bulk up so he could fully take the job? Then I've got Jackson Hawes. It's almost like I've got 3 tight ends that hit the spectrum. Here's the smooth, savvy route runner. Here's the plowing monster in the blocking game. And then in the middle I have Dawson Knox, who makes the most, has been here the longest, is an important part of what they do, is a leader to them.
Yep.
But I'm kind of hamstrung. It is kind of odd. They've spent so much on tight end.
And Hawes is fine. His role is perfectly set. Like, if he's the best blocking tight end in the league, like I got no problem with him being out there. But when you're out there,
doesn't he have more touchdowns than Dawson Knox this year, or does Knox have one? Are they tied?
I don't know if Knox has one. I mean, it's only one for
sure,
for
but he's like they've thrown to him.
But it's more about Kincaid anyway. Like
Jackson Hawes has bigger plays on the year. He has the seam pass down to the one against Baltimore.
Right. I just like to know why it's so low for him. And why it doesn't change in a game where he is very clearly earning more.
Yeah. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Good stuff on the Bills, who are 4-1 and, pretty awesome. But we're talking about it. Lots of phone calls when we return. We'll roll right to them. If you're on hold, stick with us. Jeremy and Joe, the Chiefs lost last night, and somehow I feel worse. I feel a lot worse about them. 470 yards, 28 points, getting intercepted at the goal line. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
It's one of the things.
The goal line pick, I'm still willing. I want to offset that by Lawrence being like a hair away from being in the end zone.
Sure, fine, but give them both 7 more points.
Then the Jaguars win.
This is all leading up to. I don't think you're going to win with 28 points.
Like the real score, right? Because if we do that, then the score of the game is 38 to
45.
38 to 35.
Yeah, 38-35.
That's like what the score really should have been.
Right. For two teams that have defenses that are probably better than the Bills. So far.
Yes.
So far. The Bills have a lot of players coming back. Got to fix this defense. Got to find answers here. All right. 803-0550 on WGR. Lindy, on the season at large and kind of looking for, the finish line that you're trying to get to, have you set with the team monthly goals? Is it weekly? I mean, at the end of last season, it was out of every 10 games, you'd shoot for this. How have you decided to keep the big picture in picture, but also in the moment?
Well, just the realization that, if you go 3-2 and 3-2, and if you're looking at a 5-game segment and you get 6 points every 5 games, you're going to be a playoff team. The thing we're trying to hammer home is, our defensive play has to be consistent. You've got to be consistent from night to night. I think if we're consistent with that, and just you don't spend too many times or too much time laboring on a tough loss, whether you've been beat by a goaltender or maybe it's a special teams night, you didn't get it done. But if you look at trying to get that 6 or 7 points a 5-game segment, it'll put you in position where you get to be in the playoffs.
You know, on special teams, Lindy, last year it's 24th on the power play, 23rd on the penalty kill. How much of what you think you need to do to kind of, finish the job to get this team into a playoff spot is correcting things on the special teams?
Yeah, I think that's a big part. Special teams is going to be a big part of our. And I looked at the last, really looked hard at the last 50 games when we got into a lot better place, especially with the power play. Power play, I think in the last 50 games was around 22%. I think we've come out of camp with the power play around 24%. I think the guy that it really intrigues me that we didn't have last year that can help us in both categories is Norris. Norris, good power play guy, and we really feel that he can be a top penalty killer for us. He's got length, he can skate, he's good on draws. You win a face-off penalty killing, you've probably killed off 20-plus seconds. So it's a guy that I think can help us in both categories that we didn't have last year.
How about him overall as a fit? Lindy, Sabres fans would, of course, remember the trade he's brought in last year, the Dylan Cousins trade. And Norris doesn't really play that much. I would joke to Joe in the offseason, like, remember Josh Norris? Like, he is on this team. So I almost feel like every time we start to talk about him, we have to remember what kind of player he is. So how does he fit in? And, there's the face-off stuff you're mentioning on penalty kill and power play, stuff like that. But what has he done? What does he fit in with Tage Thompson, with this group of forwards, as you're looking to, get everything you can out of his game?
Yeah, I think you're looking at a guy that's a dynamic skater. We saw that in the preseason. I think the chemistry with him and Tomer, has been good. Point-wise, he had a nice preseason. Both Thompson and himself. And I think he's just, kind of touching the tip of the iceberg.
First and goal with 30 seconds left. Now Lawrence goes down, has to get up. Breaks a tackle. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Trevor Lawrence, the game-winning touchdown scramble.
Which you called unathletic looking.
Yeah.
I mean, he did fall twice.
He tripped twice. If I tripped twice trying to run 11 yards, you'd be like, wow, that guy's not an athlete.
Right.
So Trevor Lawrence gets in. The big story on that play is it is some bad tape for Chris Jones.
Oh, man, he did nothing.
He did not try.
No,
he did not try.
It's a zero-effort play.
And he had multiple chances to think about it and think, should I try now? And he continued to not try.
Yeah.
There's no getting around. That's a bad look for Chris Jones, who is a all-pro, Hall of Fame level player, right?
Yeah. He got asked about it after the game, about why he quit.
Did he think Lawrence was going to be ruled down? He fell?
Not even. I don't
that's
know.
his best chance.
I don't love his answer here. He says, if I'm a Chiefs fan, he says, quote, I thought multiple times we had him. We've just got to finish. We've got to finish. We had multiple guys there that we just got to finish that play.
Good luck on that. Blaming your teammates on a play you didn't try. That's tough.
Right?
Really bad. Really bad from Chris Jones. 803-0550 on the Bills. And, I mean, we're kind of talking Bills and Chiefs here. Which, of course.
Which is a month away, right?
It's a month away.
When's the exact date on that? November 2nd, less than a month away.
Am I ready to talk myself into that one meaning more? Because here's the thing about it. Here's the thing. Maybe I'll save it. We got months. Just if they...
we have a month.
If they look like... What's the date on that game?
November 2nd.
Okay, it's 2 days before the trade deadline. That's your
it is.
That is your last look to say, do we have enough to stop that team we just played? If Kansas City comes in and throws it all over you because you don't have Maxwell Harrison ready and it's Trey White and Christian Benford and Cole Bishop and Taylor Rapp in your secondary and you just get toasted by the track team that they have because they have turned into a track team. They've gone from Sky Moore and Mecole Hardman and whoever else to Thornton, fast, Hollywood Brown, healthy and fast, and Worthy,
the fastest,
who ate you up last year in the AFC Championship game. So, that's the last look you'll get at the Bills before the deadline.
They have lost 3 times, though.
That's right, Jerry and Kenmore. That's right, they lost 3 one-score games. And why am I scared of them anyway? That's the Chiefs. This is what the Chiefs do to us, Jerry. Last year they're like undefeated, and I thought they're not that good. Now they've lost 3 games, and I'm terrified.
You guys don't know how bad you kill me in the morning. I'm on hold here, and I know what I want to talk about, and then I change my subject 3 times during your conversation. The answer to one of your callers, the reason the Chiefs threw the ball at the goal line is really simple, because on their first touchdown, they ran a borderline illegal play that worked 100% of the time.
Yeah.
That's why they threw the ball. The second thing I want to say is I have the feeling that they won't tell you this, but the organization's goal is to win in the playoffs and win the Super Bowl, which is not a surprise. And they're taking the Major League Baseball and the Tampa Bay Lightning approach. Let's get there healthy and on time. We're going to hold Maxwell out longer. We're going to keep everybody on a pitch count if we can, tight ends, defensive linemen.
Yeah.
We need to be healthy week 19, 20, 21, 22. I think they're taking a totally different approach to this, and I'd love to have the 1 seed. I don't think they care.
Well, the 1 seed is the number one thing to being healthy, though. You play 1 less game, and you might even be able to play 2 less games if you have it locked up.
Right. Can I tell you one more thing I wanted to call about?
Sure.
I hate the term take what they give you. And I'll tell you what it sounds like to me. Do what they want you to do.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, do what they want you to do. We're going to beat them by them doing what they want us to do.
I am totally with you on that. That mindset in general usually will drive me crazy.
Well, in football, you have to do that. There's another way to say it. And that's, this in fantasy, funneling.
Yeah.
Some defenses funnel the ball to the middle of the field. Some defenses want to funnel the ball to the outside of the field. And, you could say, if you're playing the Dolphins, and Tua can't throw to the outside. So we're going to take away the middle and give him the outside. And if you say, I don't want to do what they want me to do, now you're throwing it into the strength of the defense because the defense has dictated to you, we're not going to let you throw over the middle. We're going to put more reinforcements there. If you just drive into that anyway, it's to your detriment.
That's fair. But what about when I have Josh Allen as my quarterback?
Right. When Josh Allen's your quarterback, you feel like you should be able to do almost everything.
I feel like you should be able to take whatever you want. Take what the defense is giving you. No, I have Josh Allen. I'm taking what you don't want to give me. That's what I would love to have the Bills be at some point. And I think the Chiefs are trying to be that. Right? Like, they've been doing this, and they've had success doing it too. So it's not like you can't win that way. The Chiefs, for a couple of years now, have been taking what the defense gives them. And what are they doing right now? They are actively trying to get back to, I don't care that you're playing deep on us. We are going to grab that back from the defense.
We're going to stretch the field like nobody else.
Right. We're going to do the things you don't want us to do. And that's how we're going to be the best offense in football. And You don't have to do that all the time. Just I want to be searching for that. And I feel like the Bills don't even try to get to that place where they want to go after the places that the defenses don't want to give Josh Allen. Josh Allen is a quarterback that can put the ball anywhere he wants on the entirety of the field. But he can't if half the field is blocked off because he doesn't have wide receivers that can get open there.
And that's always been the odd thing to me. Like, the receiver conversation has never really been, as much as it's spun this way, they need a true number one. That'd be great if they found one. But I'm surprised that they just don't value. I don't want to say they don't value because they've got a couple guys. This offense maybe doesn't put them in position to do it all that often. But they're just not fielding a team of separators that separate down the field, which is something that Allen has shown he can do really well with. Guy gets open, he'll put it on him. Anyway, Anthony in Buffalo. Hey, Anthony.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
So, kind of going back to like how, like the last caller said, waiting so long, I almost forget what I'm going to say. Everybody eats. I get that, but I kind of had a feeling that we were almost going to lose to New England this week, only because we always seem to play the potential of our opponents, which I hate. The conservative and complimentary football is amazing, and I love the camaraderie of the team. Excuse me. But I just feel like we need to for 2 weeks. Can we not do complimentary football and just, if someone's hot, throw it to Kincaid or keep going with the pace like you guys were saying earlier? I understand it works for the relationships of the team and the players to get along, but we need to be that team also that drives the ball down and continues to be strong with it.
Yep. Thanks, Anthony. You want a golf analogy? I've got one more. This is maybe too big. You've played in scrambles before, right? Mm-hmm. And if you play in a scramble, whatever, you have a good time, everybody hits their ball, you pick the best one. You ever play in a scramble? I know the answer to this is yes. Where they make you take 2 tee shots from every person? It's, hey.
2 tee shots from every person?
Yes, you must use 2. Oh, you've never done that? Okay.
I don't think so.
Oh, and yeah, you did. We played last week.
2 tee shots from every person?
We played one last week. You just didn't know.
Wait. Explain that rule again to me. What are you saying?
Every person, you must use 2 of their tee shots.
Oh.
In the scramble. There are 18 holes. You must use every person.
We played with that rule?
We did that.
I did not even realize that.
You're right.
I did not even pick
I'm
up
over
on
here
that
keeping
either.
score.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, have you ever done this? The answer is yes.
Okay,
Monday.
just didn't know. All right.
It was Monday of last week.
That's hilarious.
Anyway, when you do that, you are making sure everybody has to contribute. Yeah. Are you the best version of yourself as a team? Definitely no. Mm-hmm. It's equitable. It's more people contribute. It's better team. I don't know about chemistry, but better team contributions.
Right.
But I'd much rather have Bryson DeChambeau eat off the tee 18 times than have to use 2 of mine. We didn't have Bryson DeChambeau, though. We had Owen Parker, who smashed a couple.
It's like saying, would you rather have Tage Thompson and Josh Norris? Thompson goes for 60 goals this year and Thompson goes for 5? Or would you rather have them both go for 25?
And the answer is it doesn't matter.
Well, the answer would be the first one.
Oh,
that's not complimentary, but guess what? It's more goals.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. I did the math too quickly in my head.
Like, just because it's not balanced doesn't mean it's not more.
Right. I mean, I can remember. I feel like I've had this fight all the time, and it's always a fight between coaches and idiots like me. But Ralph Kruger was the king of saying we need balance. What? No, you don't. If you have 700 goals from your top line and nobody else scores, it doesn't matter.
The complementary part they might need is just the offense and the defense part. Which is more generic, and that's less about just the offense.
If
that part I think they need.
If you need balance in order to bring out the best in you, then that's fine. But what you really need is the best.
Yeah.
And some teams get there with balance and some teams don't. How does Edmonton's 4th line do? I don't care. I don't know. Mm-hmm. They can sign better 4th liners now that Connor McDavid took 12.5 a year. Anyway, 803-0550. We're all over the place.
Sabres are probably pretty balanced this year.
They are pretty balanced. Maybe they'll be better.
They're not top-heavy.
Maybe they'll be better. That's good. The goal is, of course, to be better. And the Bills have been pretty darn good. Like, sometimes we have these weeks where we're airing our grievances, and then they come back on Monday Night Football and put up 35. And all right, they're fine. Allen in
they'll score 35?
Allen in a dome in primetime on Monday night.
Though, isn't it?
Check out his splits. Monday night primetime indoors, book 38 points.
When's his last Monday night game?
His last Monday night game last year, they would have played on Monday night somewhere.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The Jets was on Monday night a couple years ago, and that was not a good game for him.
The opener?
In fact, that was one of his worst games. Have they had a Monday nighter since then?
The Bills' Monday Night Football game log. Last year, they played Jacksonville on Monday night.
Oh, he was unbelievable.
47-10.
That was one of his best days I've ever
They
seen.
lost to Denver on a Monday night.
Okay.
Yeah, they've got some losses in here.
All right.
They lost to Tennessee on Monday night. The Patriots' wind game is Monday night. They got some losses. In the Allen era, all right.
You're saying he's Mr. Thursday night, but he's not Mr. Monday night.
Well, I don't know that I would
not
say
in comparison.
that. I don't know that I would say that. They've got losses to Kansas City, Tennessee, New England, the Jets, and the Broncos. 5 losses on Monday night with Allen. Wins over San Francisco, New England, Tennessee, Jacksonville, the Jets. They're 5-5 on Monday night.
I got his record by day very quickly. So Sunday obviously is a lot, 63-29. Thursday 8-0. Saturday 4-1. Monday
5-5.
5-5.
Uh-oh.
He doesn't like Mondays.
Hate Mondays.
Like a lot of people, I would say.
If they lose this game, Josh Allen's new nickname is Garfield because he hates Mondays.
His passer rating is better than it is on Sundays. So maybe it's not all his fault that they're losing some of these games. I don't know.
QB wins. All right. Extendo Sports on the way, then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Let's get to some of those injuries because there's significant injuries in goal. UPL, he left the preseason game. What's the latest on Luukkonen right now?
Feeling better, but won't be involved in our practices yet. We'll see how today goes. But he had a good day yesterday, and just keep progressing.
And on the blue line, Kessle Ring, Power, Samuelson. You're kind of patching things together back there.
Yeah, if you look at it, Samuelson joined us yesterday in a non-contact sense. He'll be. It looks like he'll be back. Power should join us for practice today, so he's starting to feel real good. I wouldn't even rule him out for Thursday, so that's good news. Kessle Ring looks like he's just a little bit longer, but he's feeling better too.
Is there anybody else, Greenway maybe at this point, that you would think definitely not for Thursday?
Yeah, Greenway definitely not. He's, just coming off, the surgery he had in late July. So it probably looks like he's be a little bit more time. He's been skating, but isn't quite there yet.
The Bills revealed that Keon Coleman had been disciplined. Second year in a row that he's been disciplined for something and forced to miss playing time as a result. Last year, the Jacksonville game, he missed the first quarter. And this one, he misses the first drive. And it's disciplinary reasons. Not the kind of thing that we don't know why or how, what exactly it is. The Bills are, of course, going to keep that kind of thing in-house. You out there can decide for yourself how troubling you think that is, if it's an issue. The fact that it happens in year 2, one series, I don't think you're doing something too bad. Is that wild to say? You missed a series.
Maybe.
You were late to a meeting. You were 3 minutes late, and sorry, that's the standard around here. Maybe there's a good excuse. I don't care. You're gonna miss the first series.
Last year, it was revealed that the reason he was benched in the Jaguars game was because he was late to a meeting. So I don't know and that was a quarter that he missed against the Jaguars.
It was a quarter against the Jags. Yeah. I have a question. How many other things could you be disciplined for that are just little ticky-tack stuff? Meetings. You have a lot of meetings. You could be late for a meeting. That could happen.
Late for a meeting as a quarter is maybe dozing off in a meeting than a series?
I feel like dozing off would be worse.
Dozing off would be worse than being late?
Yeah. Not that we know. Yeah.
You're there.
Fair.
Maybe
you're just tired. But
right.
You're not paying attention. You're not. Who knows? Speculating on it is one thing. But anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe.
Distracting others in class maybe could be a series.
I asked Joe a question just there in the break. When can we start trusting Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt in fantasy? I don't mean trust him. I mean trust the Commanders to play him. He's a league leader in yards per carry. He's over 6. Why don't they give him the ball more, Joe? Find answers for me, please.
Did you see what LeBron's doing today?
He's making a decision about whether or not he's going to retire.
The second decision.
I mean,
but wait a minute. He's not going to do it and then say I'm not retiring, right? So it has to be that he's announcing this is his last year, unless it is some marketing promotional joke or whatever, and it's like, hey, Amazon is giving you this deal. He could be doing that.
So he's announcing not his retirement, that he will soon retire.
There's no way he's not playing a farewell season.
Right.
For all we know about LeBron James.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. He'll announce that this is my last season.
Right, which of course is not binding. He could just change his mind.
No.
He could just play and say, you know what?
Like Tom Brady did.
Yes. All right. I will
and
not
get all the send-offs and then come back.
Yep. I will not be watching that decision. Let me know what happens. Keep me posted. NHL tonight.
5 staggered starts. Gotta love it.
5 o'clock for Panthers, Blackhawks, then Penguins, Rangers, and then Avalanche, Kings.
Will not be staying up till 10:30 to watch Avalanche Kings.
No, triple header on tap for ESPN.
LA already has one of these, by the way. Anze Kopitar announced this would be his last season.
All right. I'm announcing this will also be my last season. No, that's not true.
He's a hockey player, so he won't be on this, but isn't he like one of the best LA athletes ever? He's been there for 20 years, and he was the captain of 2 Stanley Cup winners, and he was amazing the whole time.
Sure.
Pretty good.
Sounds good. All right. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is on the way. We're back tomorrow. We'll have an update from Sal. We'll talk with Joe Marino tomorrow. We'll also get to Paul Hamilton, get to some NHL season previews as the Sabres open up Thursday night at home at KeyBank Center. Jeremy and Joe, see you tomorrow.